Good afternoon, everyone. It is 1 o'clock on Monday, November 17th, and I'm going to call our council meeting to order and invite everyone in attendance to join me in rising to sing O Canada. I'm going to call on Councillor Ennis to read our land acknowledgement.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. We would like to acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which includes the Chippewas of Nawash Unceded First Nation and the Chippewas of Saugeen First Nation. We also recognize the Métis whose ancestors shared this land and these waters. We extend our gratitude to all Anishinaabe and Métis people and their descendants, past, present, and future, who continue to care for and inhabit these lands and tend to these waters.
Now I'll just invite you to join me in a moment of silence, reflecting on our business today. Thank you. Looking around the horseshoe, is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest today? Councillor Yurick.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm declaring 9.1.A in the consent agenda, the Meaford Cultural Foundation agreement for MIF. I will be recusing myself for that.
Thank you. I see no others, but if it occurs to you at any time, please bring it forward then. And announcements. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good afternoon, everyone. Just a couple this afternoon. The first one on behalf of Rotary. At our Rotary House Thrift Shop, there are some volunteer opportunities available if anyone is interested. And if you are, it's a really fun place to be, very active and engaging, and you can pick up an application during any opening hours of the thrift shop. And secondly, a save the date, because I know it's a busy day. The Golden Heirs Holiday Concert is taking place on December the 7th, 2 o'clock at the United Church, and it's by donation. And any of the proceeds go to local school music programs. And this year, the concert is entitled Snowfall of Songs. So hopefully you'll be able to mark that in your calendars, and we'll see you at the concert.
Thank you. Councillor Yurick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm going to piggyback a little bit on Deputy Mayor's because December 4th to the 7th, and I'm going to pass these around. So that time of year.
This doesn't take us over our quota, does it, for?
Christmas Eve.
Nice.
So the Golden Heirs concert happens to happen on the fourth day of Christmas on the Bay. So December 4th to 7th is going to be the annual fourth annual. It's become a very big event. It was really interesting. Somebody sent me actually a link that it was on toronto.com, was on their notice announcement. So it's obviously become quite popular and getting well known and far and wide. So I encourage people. We will probably announce it again coming closer, but just wanted to give heads up people to realize that that's coming. Secondly, I would like, if you don't, Mr. Mayor, it's a busy arts and culture month in in our area. So 3 things going on. The Meaford Culture Foundation silent auction is on from November 15th to 30th. And what that's in support of is the Magic of the Children in the Arts, which MCF provides professional artists, professional art lessons for grades 3, 6, and 8 at GBCS, and then they do an exhibition in Meaford Library. So that's supporting that. This whole week, the Smile Cookies is on at Tim Hortons. That's actually also in support of the Magic of Children of the Arts. And there's an after 5 with Meaford Chamber of Commerce tomorrow afternoon at Meaford Hall. It's a co-host between Meaford Culture Foundation and Meaford Hall. So encourage people to get businesses to get out for a day of networking and a little pre-Christmas celebratory cheer.
And is that it? Oh, Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is an announcement after the fact. I was fortunate enough last Thursday night to attend a presentation at the Christchurch Anglican. It was unfortunate this presentation was on the same night that the Dragons event was held on, but it concerned human trafficking awareness, and I found it very interesting, trifle alarming. There were 4 different speakers, 4 ladies. One was an OPP officer who told us that unfortunately human trafficking is alive. Thank goodness not well, but it does exist in Grey Bruce own sound. It is with us. 2 other ladies who had been involved in the practice for a number of years, and very interesting information. And then the last speaker was actually a local lady who talked about her daughter, who had been a very strong student all through elementary school, got into secondary school, got acquainted with some wrong people, and her life ended up in a considerable amount of turmoil. Thank goodness all of these ladies who spoke are recovering and progressing. They're all involved in trying to make this activity aware to one and all. And as I say, it's just something that I think we need to be more aware of in this area. And I remember one of the quotes that one of the ladies said, when it comes to your children, yes, you must be their friend, but remember, you are also their protector. And I think that's very good advice for parents in today's world. Thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you. Any other announcements? What about the other side of the horseshoe? Any announcements today? All quiet in the Western Front. Okay. So we'll move on to public participation, and members of the public are encouraged to provide council with their comments and questions. Presentations must be prearranged with legislative services before the agenda is released and will be limited to 10 minutes. If a member of the public wishes to make a deputation on items on the council agenda or to ask a public question, they may do so either in person at the council chambers or remotely via Zoom. Members of the public wishing to make a deputation or ask a public question must register in advance with legislative services by 10 in the morning on the day of the council meeting. And you can do that by contacting Deputy Clerk at meaford.ca or calling 519-538-1060, extension 1110. An email with access information will be sent to those who register for remote participation. Deputations are limited to 5 minutes, pardon me, and public questions to 2 minutes. And the public can watch this meeting live via the Municipality of Meaford's YouTube channel, www.meaford.ca/YouTube. And we do have a presentation, a couple of presentations today. And first, I'm going to call Tracy Smith of MNP to the podium. She's going to be speaking to us on the Municipality of Meaford's 2024 Audit Final Report. And you can find these materials if you are watching online on your computer, going to the Meaford site under item 9.2A. Tracy, it's all yours.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the council for inviting me here this afternoon. This is the first time I'm presenting as MNP and not BDO. So as of January 1st of this year, 21 rural offices of BDO transitioned to MNP. So all the offices from Collingwood over to Orangeville, down to Hanover, Walkerton, all the way to Orangeville. We are now all as a group working under the umbrella of MNP. So MNP is a Canadian national accounting firm established in 1958. It's got 150 offices across the country from coast to coast. So you still have the locally focused approach from the Owen Sound office, but we still have the backing and the training of a Canadian national accounting firm. I'd like to thank Val and Kathy and the finance team for their assistance during the audit. As your auditor, we have the responsibility to communicate with those charged with governance on an annual basis. And as noted, our report is included in the agenda package under 9.2A. So it is the report with the fuzzy picture. That is not a printing issue. The fuzzy picture and the coffee mug with the MNP logo is standard on all correspondence from MNP. The report contains all the required communications under auditing standards, Canadian auditing standards. The communication is very similar from year to year. It is also very similar to the one that you would have seen last year from BDO. And it is similar because the content is prescribed by the Canadian accounting standards. I'll provide just a brief summary of the correspondence and a high overview of the draft financial statements. If you have any questions, please feel free to stop me throughout the presentation and we can address any questions that you have at that time. So in the communication, MNP has substantially completed the audit of the 2024 financial statements. In order to release the final financial statements, we will need approval from council of the draft financial statements. We also need to obtain a signed representation letter from management, and we need to perform subsequent event testing up until the approval date. On an annual basis, the auditor is required to confirm their independence, and I can confirm that MNP is independent and is qualified to issue an audit report on the financial statements of the municipality of Meaford. Just some other highlights. Again, I'm not going to go through all of the letter, but I'll just touch on some of the highlights. Materiality for the 2024 audit was $950,000, and that's based on industry standards of 3% of average revenues. There were no significant deficiencies found in the internal controls that we tested during the audit. The unadjusted differences identified in the attached management letter, in Appendix B, they're not material, so they did not affect our audit opinion. So those are the main highlights from the communication. Is there any questions before I move on to the draft financial statements? I'm going to try to make this as quick as possible.
Does anyone have a question for Tracy based on your reading of the report? Okay.
Okay. So then the financial statements, the draft financial statements are in that same section. Our auditor's report is on page 2 of the financial statements. An audit is the highest level of assurance that a public accounting firm can issue. Management is responsible for preparing these financial statements, and the financial statements represent the historical transactions of the municipality for fiscal 2024. It's our responsibility as your auditor to give an opinion on those financial statements that are prepared by management. And in 2023, there were new accounting standards that became effective for the asset retirement obligations. Many municipalities, including Meaford, qualified the audit report because there's significant time involved by management to identify, calculate, and document the estimated liabilities to remediate capital assets when they retire. So in the future, so the majority of this liability relates to looking at asbestos in all the older buildings, asbestos and other toxic designated substances that might exist in buildings. So it also involves looking at contaminated sites, and the landfill liability will also be calculated differently. So as your management team has not had enough time to implement this standard, the audit report is qualified as described in the paragraphs at the is qualified. And this is the same as in the prior years. So except for this qualification, our opinion in the second paragraph is that the consolidated financial statements present fairly in all material respects the financial position of the municipality in accordance with Canadian Canadian accounting standards for public sector entities. On the second page of the audit report, it also highlights management's responsibilities, and at the bottom of the page, it highlights the auditor's responsibilities. So on page 5 of the financial statements is the statement of financial position, or also known as the balance sheet. So it is at a point in time on December 31st of 2024. The financial assets totaled $40 million, so an increase of $5 million over the prior year. Most of the assets are in cash and investments, totaling $34.3 million. So there was an increase of 5.7 because 4 million was put into reserves, and also because there was an increase in the obligatory reserve funds. The liabilities totaled $24.9 million. There was a significant increase in your accounts payable, but that's simply a timing difference as there was more capital projects, so more holdbacks owing at the end of 2024 for those capital projects. So nothing to be concerned about in that increase in accounts payable. The deferred revenue that shows in the liabilities, that includes your Canada Building Fund, the MTO transit funding, recreational land, and development charges. So it shows as a liability, and it's not recognized as revenue until those funds are used. So even though it shows as a liability on the financial statements, it is similar to reserves. So that does come into income. When you use it, you don't have to pay it back unless in some very rare circumstances where the funds can't be spent, and then that would be returned. But the net financial assets is your financial assets less your financial liabilities, and this is a key financial indicator. So positive means that you do have resources available for the future. There was an increase in the net financial assets for 2024, and the net financial assets, it increases as you put money into reserve and also as you pay down your debt. So during the year, you pay down 836,000 of your debt, and no new debt was incurred in 2024. That brings us down to the non-financial assets, and the majority of that is your physical assets, so your land, your buildings, your equipment. So that has increased substantially with your investment in your capital assets. Coming down to the accumulated surplus of 121 million. So the details of that are described in your note 9. They include reserves and reserve funds of $28 million and also 96 million invested in your capital assets. Page 6 is the statement of operations and is the transactions for the year. So the revenues include all of your revenues for both operating and capital purposes. The total revenues were $37.2 million. There was an increase in your fees and user charges, mainly relating to sewer and water charges and also for recycling increased in 2024. The other income also increased over last year. And that was mainly because of the interest rates being higher in 2024. So there was more interest income, but it also includes the TC Energy project revenue that that was collected during the year. The expenses totaled $28.7 million. Again, the budget amounts in the first column, I just want to make sure that everyone notes that that does not include amortization, but your actual amounts in the second column include amortization. So even though your budget is 25.1 and the actual is 28.7, that does not mean you overspent. If you back out the amortization, you're actually underspent compared to your budget amounts. Just looking at some of the significant differences in the expenses in your general government category. There was some increases in your wages and also your legal fees, but it also includes the TC Energy expenses that are offset by that increased revenue that you saw in the other revenue. The roads had a significant difference from the prior year, and again, in the prior year, you had spent $1.6 million on the County of Gray Road 7. So since that's not your road, those costs did not get capitalized and they were included in expenses in the prior year, and so that's why you see a significant decrease in the transportation services line. The annual surplus is the revenues less the expenses of 8.5 million. However, it's very important to note that that is not your operating surplus. The operating surplus after audit adjustments was 52,589 and has been transferred to reserves. The annual surplus that you see on this statement focuses on the long term. And so it's the amount of external revenues raised during the year after paying all your operating costs and covering amortization. So it should always be positive. It should always be a big number, because from that annual surplus, then you have to pay down your debt, and you also have to put money into reserves and pay for your capital assets. So on the next page, we take that 8.5 million annual surplus and we adjust it for amortization and the actual capital expenses that were incurred during the year. So so the 8.5, you also spent 9.2 in capital assets, and we add back the amortization of 5 million. So that brings us down to the net increase in net financial assets. So positive indicates that there were transfers to reserves and reserve funds, and that money also is used to repay your debt. So in the budget column, you had actually budgeted for a negative, and that means you were budgeting to take more money out of reserves because you had anticipated more capital projects would be completed during the year. So as those capital projects weren't completed, you didn't take those funds out of your reserve. So that is a very high level overview. Is there any questions?
Doesn't appear so. No questions at all? That's the conclusion of your report?
That is the conclusion
Okay.
of my report.
So this is your final chance to ask a question. Councillor Greenfield.
Your worship, and thank you, Tracy. As always, some interesting numbers, and I do have one question. Our payment in lieu, the funding we get from the 4th Division Training Center, where is it included? I'm wondering if there's a taxation line, there's other revenues, there's government transfers.
It's in the taxation line.
It's in, oh, okay,
Yeah.
all right. I appreciate getting that verified. And if I may, your worship, through you to Tracy, on page 23, there's a line, it's under other income. And I just wondered if you could explain that. There's two items listed under other income that were budgeted at quite a high amount. And the actual was quite a bit less. So the one is the TC Energy project number. The other is the development charges recognized. I'm not worried about the TC Energy. As far as I know, TC Energy has been very prompt with remuneration to the municipality. The development charges recognized is that simply that we overestimated the development charges that would be coming in for the year? Is that the bottom line on that one?
No, let me, if through your mayor, so I'll just touch on the TC Energy, amount just for 1 second. The revenue, although, the revenue was, a lot less than, budgeted, the expenses were also a lot less than budgeted. So the revenue offsets the expenses for the TC Energy, so it does not affect your, operating surplus at all. Any surplus or deficit goes to reserve for the TC Energy. So just wanted to highlight that. Also on the development charges recognized, so what you had budgeted for the 2.4 was the amounts that you were going to need to fund your capital projects that were incurred during the year. So there were some capital projects that did not proceed. And so then you didn't need to take that money out of the development charges. And the development charges is it shows it shows actually in that deferred revenue line that I said on the balance sheet, and there is a schedule on page 31 that shows the opening amount of the development charge reserve fund. So there was actually, it started with 4.6 million. You collected 850,000. There was investment income that went into that, and then only 403 was recognized and comes into reserve. So even though because you didn't spend the money on the capital projects, it still sits in the reserve fund until you incur the capital project.
Sorry, did you have a question or a response?
Through your worship, I just wanted to maybe give some context to the 2.4 million, right? That's what it was.
Yep.
It was for the wastewater treatment plant expansion design project, which I know a report was received by council earlier this year explaining that we're going to be taking that project slower than we were originally anticipating. And so that money, it will still be utilized. It just wasn't used this year because we didn't start the design. But in upcoming years, when we do proceed with that, when we need to, that money will still be needed. But that's why that amount didn't get spent this year.
And I feel a sort of an obligation just to ask Tracy. I've been under the impression that the municipality of Meaford is in a good state in terms of our financial health. Would you echo that, or would you qualify it, or what would you say?
Well, you ended the year in a small surplus, so that's always good. You are positive in your net financial assets. So again, that means you don't have, even though you have external debt, the municipality is not actually in debt. So again, that's a good financial indicator. So what's going forward, Meaford just needs to make sure that they have a good asset management plan and that they know what is coming up in the future in terms of capital assets, and that you have the ability to repay the debt, the existing debt you have, and fund those capital resources.
Thank you very much. And it looks like that's it for questions, so you're we're letting you off easy. Thanks.
Mayor, if may I just say one more thing? So after 38 years, I am going to be retiring. So this is my last presentation to the council. So I'd like to thank you for all of the years that I've been here. I have a very good municipal team behind me, and so they're ready to step in, and they've already been working with your management team. So I just want to say thank you.
And I've had the pleasure of working with you on behalf of other organizations in the past, Tracy. You're just too young to retire.
It's time. It's time.
Okay, thank you again. And we have another presentation. I'm going to call Kim Ransom to the microphone to speak to us about the farmerettes.
Good afternoon. My name is Kelly Ward, and I'm
Sorry.
going to be speaking on behalf of Meaford Theatre Company, and I am joined today by Kim Ransom, who's behind me. I'd like to introduce that Meaford Theatre Company is a nonprofit organization that provides theater programs and productions at the Woodford Hall, and it provides affordable local entertainment, which is very important now more than ever. So through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to come and talk to you a little bit about what we're doing and some exciting things that we're working on in the future. We would also like for you to hear from us for consideration when evaluating the community grant in the upcoming budget. We are recipients of that grant, and we are appreciative to the town for offering that to us. Currently, we're coming off a successful production of Lenny Moves In, which was a locally written comedy that was very well received. And it was a great opportunity to showcase local talent. And we were really happy with that production. But now we're in full production for Onion Skins and Peach Fuzz, The Farmerettes. That's our next production that will be happening in April of next year. During World War II, many farmers and farm laborers went to serve our country, and that left a labor deficit that needed to be addressed for food security. And that was done through a government program for the Ontario Farm Service Force, where young women aged 16 to 18 were invited to come and work on farms, plant the crops, harvest the food, to keep food on our tables during a period of rationing. And they did that in exchange for getting out of their exams and getting school credit. Over 40,000 women from Ontario and Quebec served as farmerettes, and it shaped the role of women in agriculture into the modern contribution that you see today. We feel this story is very relevant for our community with the agricultural heritage and the military connection, and we think it's a really great story for this community to hear. There's a book called Onion Skins and Peach Fuzz, Memories of the Ontario Farmerettes, that was written by Bonnie Sitter and Shirley Ann English. And it really captures stories of women who had served as farmerettes. They describe their experiences. They share photos like what you're seeing on the screen today, and really just captured the contribution and the impact of that program. A play was written by Alison Lawrence that was adapted from the stories of the real farmerettes, and it's been staged 2 times previously in a workshopped format, once at Blythe and once at Fourth Line Theatre in Millbrook. The script has been rewritten slightly, and we are excited to premiere the new version here in Meaford. Previously, the play has been staged outdoors. So as you can imagine, there's going to be a unique challenge for us for the set design. And just to quantify that for you, we are bringing a tractor, a truck, a barn, a field, and a bunkhouse to the stage at Woodford Hall. And I know Kim is excited about that challenge that's going to bring him. So Kim and I are excited to direct this play and bring it to this community. We do have our show poster here today, and we have it on screen as well. And you are the first to see it. So we're quite proud to give you a preview of this. Our cast have all passed through our youth theater program, and they have developed their theater skills, and they are ready to take on more challenging projects. And they are really rising to the challenge of putting on an adult production. Other occurrences of this play have been done by older actresses. These talented young women are the actual ages of the farmerettes. And I think you will see how compelling it is when you see the actual ages and who was responsible for keeping people fed during the war. And these actresses and actors are seeing greater complexity in dialogue, more lines, larger roles, and a smaller cast. So it's really a great opportunity for them as well. In addition to this, there is a documentary that's making the rounds. It's being shown throughout the province. It's been shown over 30 times just in the last 3 months alone. And there is tremendous interest in this documentary. It's called We Lend a Hand, and it's selling out wherever it's being shown. And often it comes with a Q&A with Bonnie Sitter or the documentary director. And people are already asking, when is the play coming back? And now they're starting to share that it is coming back, and it's going to be in Meaford in April. So as a result, we're drawing ticket sales from further away than our usual audience catchment, which we're really excited to see. We've also sold tickets already to children of women who served as farmerettes, which we're very excited about. And if we might make the suggestion that if you have a theater fan on your Christmas list, these tickets would make an excellent gift. And we are currently in pre-sales for that with advanced ticket sales. So we are very happy with the response that we're seeing to tickets already. We are having people contact us to say that they are wanting to know when they can come because they want to plan their vacation around coming here. So we're drawing theater fans to Meaford through this initiative. We're currently undertaking a fundraising effort for this production because we're putting an increased effort in community engagement to complement this play. So for example, we took the cast to the documentary showing at Grey Roots, and the cast went in character. And the photos that you're seeing on the screen were from that event, and on our poster, that's where that photo was taken. And I know people that attended really found enjoyment in that. We also entered a float in the Scarecrow Invasion Parade, and we heard chatter just as the float went up this street about, oh, I've heard of the farmerettes. There's just a lot of interest in it. And we're also hosting a showing of the documentary on March 7th at the Marsh Street Center in Clarksburg, again, to sort of help get the education out before the play happens in April. We've also engaged youth organizations such as the Agricultural Society Fair Ambassadors, Queens of the Furrow, military cadets, the Agriculture Student Program at Blue Water District School Board, and we're reaching out to junior farmers and 4-H members to try to facilitate their attendance so that they can learn more about this story. So we would like to leave this fundraising package with staff to share with council at a future opportunity for your consideration when considering the grant program this year. All of the proceeds from our productions get reinvested into our theater, into the equipment, and into the programming that we offer. And it stays right here in the community, and we're proud of that. We've made significant investments recently into stage lighting and soundboards, for example. We are very thankful for partnering with Meaford for use of the Woodford Hall. We feel that that's a great venue for this story as well, with the history of it being a community center. The aging facility does present some challenges and limitations to us. We would like to request to meet with staff to provide input on prioritizing future capital projects to help address some of our more immediate challenges. Following that, we'd be happy to return and share a detailed plan with council on future enhancements that we'd like to see and initiatives that we'd like to undertake to really transform the theater going experience there. We also see areas where we might be able to partner with Meaford Hall. And for example, promotion on the marquee, having our poster up there, perhaps collaborating on ticketing. And we'd like the opportunity to discuss those ideas with staff if possible. We'd also love to be referenced in your promotional materials as, for economic development. Recently, I saw a pamphlet I picked up and it referenced Meaford Hall and the contribution to entertainment, but I feel like we are also an attraction for tourism and entertainment, and it would be great if we could be recognized as an asset for the community in that regard as well. And we'd love to welcome councillors to tour the theater and see what we've done and to meet the cast if you're interested. And we would also love to see you at the show in April. So thank you for your time today. And we appreciate your support from Meaford Theatre Company. And I'll answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Questions, Rob?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Kelly and Kim. Can't tell you how excited I am about the fact that you got this. I don't know if people realize just how big a deal it is that this is really a world premiere of the new script of a show that has huge impact on kind of Canadian history. So kudos for getting that and being able to do that. That's amazing. Also want to just give you props for all the shows you do there and utilizing Woodford Hall and making it a great little center, but also just the opportunity for kids to really learn the art of theater. You do a wonderful job, and thank you for that.
Councillor Greenfield?
Your worship, through you to Kelly. Thanks so much for your presentation. And thanks to the Meaford Theatre Company for getting involved in this. Like, this is amazing. I give you great credit for taking this on. Certainly the history, and we talked about this going back to World War II. I think we've heard a lot in the past about women being involved in factory work throughout the Second World War. We haven't heard enough about their role in farming, and of course, farming was the main industry in Canada up until the war. I can remember reading about, this has happened in America, but there was a 13-year-old girl who dropped out of school and farmed a quarter section in Ohio during the war. And I mean, these are the type of things that were done, that had to be done to support our war cause. So it's great history, great to get it out there. And I think we have a report coming up a little bit later during our council session talking about the 25th year of amalgamation of our municipality, and of course that included Sydenham Township, Woodford per se, and I think this is going to all fit in with the package. So thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, thank you so much. I apologize, Kelly, I mispronounced or got the wrong name twice, and I do apologize. I want to add just how excited we are by everything you've done at the Woodford Hall. I think it's just first rate. Not far south of us, the halls, the old halls throughout the area are coming to life again, and you've certainly brought Woodford Hall to life, and this is a great thing, and we'll mark these dates.
Thank you. I would just like to give credit to Kim, just on the comment of how difficult it was and how lucky we are to really have this opportunity to put this play on. We did throw it out there as an option that we would like the rights to do this. And originally we were told no. I think we were told no twice. And through Kim's perseverance, he got us a yes. So we're very excited about that.
Great. We have no deputations or agenda on the agenda today, nor public questions, I don't think. So I'll move on to council inquiries. Council inquiries. Anyone have a question? Deputy Mayor Keaveney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I do have a question for CAO Everett. And I know we did touch on this earlier today, but I wanted to ask about our property standards bylaw. We know at this point in time it operates on a complaint-driven basis, and I'm just wondering what the process would be. What would it take to change that to a more proactive approach, Mr. CAO?
Thank you very much. And through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor, my recommendation is if council would like to consider any bylaws that you would like to see move to a proactive enforcement, that's something that we could do through the budget process. It's a good time to take a look at what our level of service is, and gives council an opportunity, not just to look at one bylaw, but look at all of the bylaws that we provide enforcement and, give staff the clarity as to which ones you would like to see proactively enforced as opposed to the ones that would be complaint driven. I have some other thoughts in regards to some of the bylaws, and sort of how they're set up, but I think the level of service discussion through the budget would be very helpful.
Any other questions? Councillor Greenfield?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Director Victoria, and I don't really expect an answer on this today, but when I pulled into the parking lot today at about 12:30, I couldn't help but notice there were 9 municipality Meaford vehicles parked in the parking lot. There were I think 4 pickups and 5 SUVs. Couple of weeks ago, I came to a committee meeting about 3 in the afternoon. There were 11 of these vehicles in our parking lot. Budget days are coming up. I'm just wondering, these vehicles are all enterprise related, and will you and your fellow staff members be perhaps at least looking at, if not indeed reevaluating, the number of those vehicles? I'm not questioning the need for them, but I'm just wondering, that's a lot of vehicles in there.
Through your worship, fleet is newly coming back to me, so I haven't been responsible for it for many years. But it is definitely something that will be more deeply looked into in 2026, and further evaluated for the 2027 budget cycle. Staff are pretty much at the end of putting together the 2026 budget, so it can definitely be discussed during the 2026 budget days. But I do think it is worth a deep dive and looking at the mileage and where vehicles are and making sure that they're getting switched out so that we're getting the best use of all of our vehicles and getting the best return on them. So it's definitely something that is constantly being done, but as I will be taking over this portfolio again, it's something that I'm going to kind of get back into and understand better in 2026.
Any other questions? Okay, moving on to the consent agenda. We have 4 items, and I'm wondering if there are any that anyone is interested in pulling for discussion? Councillor Yurick?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. As I am recusing myself from point A, I want to pull that so I can actually not have to vote on all four.
Okay, any others? So, why don't we go ahead and, deal with, well, why don't we deal with the one he suggested here? Or are we obligated to deal with the group and then come back to
I
that
think
one?
that would be the best
Okay,
course of
let
action.
us look at the group then. So I will read these so that you know what we're voting on here. And they've all been before us in committee of the whole. The first one, the recommendation is that council, oh, that is the one we're coming back to. The next one was the recommendation that council of the municipality of Meaford direct staff to continue to implement immediate retrofits to the existing entrance fountains where possible, including enhancements to surrounding landscaping features. This is to do with Lakeview Cemetery. Two, direct staff to bring a report in the spring of 2026 identifying options for the central fountain relocation or rehabilitation. And three, direct staff to bring forward a fulsome Lakeview Cemetery business plan that clearly outlines a 10-year capital plan and the supporting operation resources and funding needs through the 2026 proposed budget deliberations. The second item is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford direct the Treasurer to, pending the completion of the year-end external audit, either fund the operating deficit from the working capital reserve or transfer the operating surplus to the working capital reserve. And the third item is be it resolved that bylaw 2025-68 being a bylaw to amend bylaw 052-213 to establish and regulate areas which dogs can run at large in the municipality of Meaford be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. Can I have a mover and seconder for these items? Moved by Councillor Forder and seconded by Councillor Bell. Any discussion? All in favor? And those are all passed unanimously. And we'll come back to the first item, and Councillor Yurick will recuse himself. And the recommendation is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford, one, approve the Meaford Cultural Foundation facility use agreement that is specific to the annual Meaford International Film Festival as presented, and two, approve use of the proposed 35% subsidy of the community rate to the Meaford Cultural Foundation as proposed by staff and in consultation with the Meaford Cultural Foundation. A mover and seconder? Councillor Greenfield and seconded by Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Any discussion on this? All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Well, maybe you would call, yep. So the next section is items for consideration. And the first recommendation is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford receive the 2024 Municipality of Meaford audited financial statements as prepared by MNP LLP and presented on today. And I need a mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Bell and Councillor Forder. Any discussion? All in favor? And that is carried unanimously as well. And I'm going to just move on to the next. It's a recommendation that Council of the Municipality of Meaford, one, approve the purchase of land identified as St. Vincent Concession 4 West, Part Lot 13, Registered Plan 16R 10857, Part 3, at a purchase price of $1,675,000. Two, approve the purchase of land identified as St. Vincent Concession 4, Part Lot 13, Registered Plan 16R 10857, Parts 8 to 13 of Part 5 at a purchase price of $2 million. Three, approve the land acquisition and transfer of ownership into the municipality's land inventory, including all legal costs, taxes, and land transfer costs. And four, authorize the mayor and clerk to execute all required documents to acquire said lands. A mover and a seconder for this? Councillor Urick and Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Discussion? I think we'd better have a discussion here. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I really just wanted to share what a good news story this is for Meaford. We have been talking for years about our lack of available industrial land, and now we are going to have a substantial amount of it. And I just wanted to say how grateful I am to CAO Everett for recognizing this and taking the bull by the horns, so to speak, and acquiring this property for Meaford. We've had businesses, consider us before, but we didn't have the land and we lost those opportunities, and now we have it in a great location. And I know CAO will speak to the ease of servicing this land that I understand is going to be readily available to us, so we can actually say that we have service land available. And I know the mayor and I have shared this good news at the county level, and the Economic Development Department over there was really excited to hear this news, and they will also be championing the availability of industrial opportunities in Meaford. So it's just a really great story, and I know the phone's going to be ringing, and we're looking forward to seeing who comes to Meaford.
If I could just add, and I'll pass it on, this also involves a commercial parcel with frontage on Highway 26 at our southeastern gateway, which puts us in a great position to sort of control what kind of development we present to the visitors and those coming into Meaford. I think you're next, Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship. I must admit, when I first heard about this plan, I was always surprised. We've never done this before, and however, I think it's time we did something. We're talking about 26 acres of developable land, highway frontage for one, and County Road 7 frontage for another, and plus Muir Street. This presently and in the past has been just unused land, unused property. It's just been sitting there on the southeastern edge of our urban area, and there needs to be some action there, some activity there. And I think now that or if indeed the municipality decides to take ownership, it can make a huge difference on just what will happen there. I keep thinking back to the last two Grey County presentations over the last couple of years, and in both of them, there were statements made that municipal councils should not make decisions only for the present or the very near future, but also for 10, 20, 30 years ahead. And I'm pretty sure it's not going to take 10, 20, or 30 years to get some good activity going on these lands. I think we've maybe missed out on some projects there. I have to give credit to our friends over in the Scenic City, how they're coming this way, and they're making it happen. And it's time we did the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'm just going to add here that we've known about the possibility of the Ontario Pump Storage Project happening in Meaford for 7 years. We are not ready. We were far from ready, and now we will be ready. And if it does happen, we will be in an excellent position. But I would add too, both Deputy Mayor Keaveney and I have had lots of discussions with the economic development staff at Grey County, and they did a dance when we told them about this. And I believe that there's a lot of industrial development happening in Grey County at this time. Most people are unaware of it because a lot of it is, well, it's centered in Owen Sound, but also a lot of it in Southgate and in now Grey Highlands with the $200 million project in Markdale. So I believe that this was a necessary step, and we've worked toward this for a long time, and I congratulate everyone. If we vote to approve this today, I think we've taken a major step forward. And so I will call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you so much. And a salute to CAO Everett for his efforts to keep the cost of this down. The next item, the recommendation is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford direct staff to bring forward the mayor's budget to budget public meetings on January 13th, 2026 on operating, January 15th on capital, and January 16th on user pay and final review. 2, approves shortening the budget amendment period from 30 days to 25 days, and 3, approves the shortening of the override of the mayor's veto power, if required, from 15 days to 14 days. Do I have a mover and seconder for this? Councillor Uhrig and Councillor Bell, thank you. Discussion, and maybe I might ask our clerk to speak to this before we discuss it more, because it's complicated.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm happy to give a brief overview, but it might be better as a question and answer if there are things that are unclear in the report. But certainly I've tried to outline how the strong mayor process has changed our budget process. And I think most notably that if the budget is not produced by February 1st, it does revert to the traditional council-led process. But other than that, it is a mayor-led budget. And so that really does change the way that everything evolves. There is a flow chart at the end to try and outline in visual terms, kind of the amendments option, the vetoes, the 2/3 vote, but I've also tried to verbalize it through words and a chart. So hopefully one of the different ways has helped convey that information, but it is complicated. I think the bottom line in this report is that through discussions with the mayor, staff have tried to ensure that we're upholding the legislative process while maintaining the local practices that we have had. So many of listeners and council will remember that for many years we've had the budget days. I believe it was a Councillor Bell motion. And so knowing that was important, we tried to work with the legislative framework, which is required to accommodate a process that we're familiar with, that the mayor was supportive of continuing. I will note it's not necessary. We don't have to do that, but with the mayor's direction, that's the process that's outlined in this. I think it's worth noting that once the mayor has sort of released the budget, there are legislative timelines, and that's the reason for the motion, is acknowledging the timelines, but shortening them ever so slightly to stay in line with some of the timing that we're proposing through this report. There are 30 days that council has to propose amendments to the mayor's budget. Then the mayor has 10 days at the conclusion of those to potentially veto those amendments. And then council has 15 days to override the veto, and that isn't done unless there's a 2/3 vote in which the mayor can participate. So we'll work through those if we come to that, but that's sort of the overview of this legislation, which is new to all of us, to be completely honest. I'm still trying to untangle a lot of this, and it's interesting because our neighbors are all handling this differently. So this is our first kick of the can, and I think it's worth at the end of the process having some debrief and some decisions on what went well and how we can do it differently next time as well. So 2 other points I will make. And the first is just the difference will be, typically we've introduced the budget in a council meeting. This time we won't do that. The mayor simply releases the budget. So it will be posted online, sent to council and staff. And then secondly, that once the process is complete, the budget is deemed adopted. So in the past, we've had a bylaw to adopt the budget, and that's not the case now with this new process. So at the end of the veto amendment all of that kind of dance. Once that's done, it's done. So just to be aware, in the past, we've sort of had additional days where we've gone back to revisit some of the changes. No longer is that an option. Once that 30 days is concluded, the process has to keep moving as has been outlined in the legislation. So I'm happy to leave it at that, but welcome questions. And to be honest, if I don't have the answers, I will certainly reply back with the answers as quickly as I can. But as I say, I hope that the various tools in this have helped to outline this new legislation, which we're working with now. It isn't optional. We have to find this new way forward. So here we are.
Thank you, Margaret. Councillor Bell.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you also to you, our Margaret, our clerk. There's 3 or 4 things that I'm thinking about on this. For the tenure that I've had on council, one of the things, and I hope that the current deputy mayor and mayor also know where I'm coming from when I've said all of the years previously, when staff have went to work and they've went into their departments and they have had their engagements with their supervisors and so on, then basically council got presented with something that staff said, this is where we are, this is where we would like to go. And then council ended up pruning and cutting and chipping and adding. And it just seemed to be that that was the they and the we. I'm very glad that, Mr. Mayor, you have right now, not only just the ability to go and engage with the CAO, but now it's a mandate that the lead of the head of all councils engages right up with the staff, that what you as the head of council bring for their understanding, you've got that conversation happening right up front. And I like that you bring that. I also want to thank you personal, Margaret, of keeping the conversations with council and staff during this open. You know the reason why I wanted that to happen very much, but I think that during those conversations, each member of council gets to hear the other member of council and they get to understand where they're at, where they would like to see the municipality go, and we share those ideas during the budget. And when we're doing that, staff also get to hear, if not something new, maybe just a reinforcement that the staff is on the right track because this is what council's talking about. And no surprise, this is where council is going. And I think it makes for a great opportunity during that. So actually, I'm really looking forward to seeing the new process. And it's going to be brought forward as the mayor's budget. So I suppose if we have anything that's really pointed, Mr. Mayor, we get to do that to the mayor. So it renders another level of responsibility to the wearing of that chain of office.
It's getting pretty heavy.
For every council in the province, it's a change. And I know that you personally are up to the task. And we're looking forward to seeing that engagement that you've had and what we get to hear. And I hope that you've been having some close conversations with your deputy mayor to get some thoughts flowing. So anyway, I'm looking forward to this. It's different and it'll be refreshing, actually. So thank you.
It's not every council in Ontario, but 169 have been added to the few that existed before. So other questions, Deputy Mayor Keaveney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Bell, for your comments. And it is going to be an interesting process, and I'm looking forward to it as well. And yes, we have been discussing some of our thoughts about how this is going to roll out. And Margaret, I thank you for the report and for trying to make this as clear as you can for us. And I know you'll assist us as the days approach, and appreciate that we'll see this on the 22nd of December. So we'll have some time over the holidays to digest it. And I know you have a comment in here that suggests that we should provide to the mayor our priorities for the budget. So just so I make sure that I'm clear, and hopefully this helps everyone else around the horseshoe, because we're accustomed to bringing forward enhancements, we've always called them, on the operating and capital days in particular. So that's not how it's going to work this time, is it? We need to provide that thinking ahead of time to the mayor for consideration in the process. So I'm just wondering, on January the 13th, 15th, and the 16th for user pay, how will those days look? Will it really just be a presentation then of the budget, or will we have any opportunity on those days to say, you know, we would like to add something or make some changes, or must all of that be done ahead of time in our communication to the mayor, other than the ability afterwards, if 2/3 of us agree, to make a change or an amendment at that point?
Thank you, through your worship, to the deputy mayor. So just to be clear, on the public budget meeting dates for both the three, the operating, capital, and user pay budgets, council doesn't need a 2/3 vote. It's a simple majority vote. So changes can happen at those three meetings. And that's sort of the intent, that once the mayor releases the budget, then you have a chance to see if your items were included and how that all fits together. And then through those three meetings, themed in those ways, council members can bring forward their proposals, and the discussion is similar to how we've proceeded in the past, should the mayor wish. So we do have some work as staff to discuss with the mayor how he sees these meetings. It's his presentation, it's his meeting on these budgets. So slightly different from the past, where staff have created the forum for that. But in early discussions, I think we're along the same lines as how we have operated in the past. So does that help answer the question in terms of the process there? I think the bottom line is it would be very similar to how it has operated in the past, with motions being brought forward at that time to make changes. The difference would be that those three meetings are the only opportunities. We can't add another meeting because of the timelines.
Can I just add there a little clarification? And that is, we have discussed before this report that those meetings did not have to be open to the public, but I want them to be open to the public. I believe we established that.
Thank you, your worship. We established that they will have a public component to them. We don't need the public component. There is no requirement for public consultation through the strong mayor process. You did indicate that you would like comments from the public at those meetings. They do need to be open meetings, so that's slightly different than closed meetings. But we do plan to have a public component to those. So we will publish agendas that have the opportunity, as we have in the past, for members of the public to come to speak about an item in the budget themed with those budget days. Does that help provide clarification on that? Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Yurick?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess thank you for bringing forth the budget process. I know it's not your fault that this schmozzle is all happening, but thank you for shouldering the burden. I know we're not parsing the budget at this point. We're talking more about process at this point. But I'm just curious, because you have laid out some of the summary of the 2026 budget considerations. The cost of living on there, I see the COLA is 1%, which is interesting. And I'm just wondering, is that kind of coming in at that with concert with the restructuring of everything as well? I mean, was that kind of the thought process behind that? 1% is normally a low number, and we normally wrestle around what that's going to be. And I'm just wondering where the recommendations coming from on that.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Yurick. So when we look at the COLA, just as what we're starting, we're actually, my understanding, following the actual policy of bringing in at 1%. We will be bringing forth some additional information. We're getting close to the completion of the compensation review for council as well as staff. So it's sort of twofold. One, we'll be looking at the salary compensation without the 1% in 2025. but we'll also be making sure that when we bring it forward, we include the 1% as being proposed.
Okay. Can I just ask a second, Mr. Mayor? Through you. So the other point on here, I was just curious about there was a paragraph about the tariff impacts on Ontario municipalities. We know that, yes, the tariffs are an awfully big consideration for everything these days, although it seems to be affecting more the province than the feds. So it says it's on imported construction materials and fuels, which are anticipated to drive up costs, particularly for infrastructure projects. And I'm just wondering, do we have any kind of a handle on whether that is really going to be are we afraid that that is a large concern municipally as opposed to provincially or federally? Do we see that as being a large concern? We know that a lot of realistically, the tariffs only affect about 20% of actually the economy of what happens in Canada as a whole. So is this looking at a 20% impact on us, or do we have any kind of idea what the tariffs are going to look like and its impact for our budget? And I know you can't really answer all that right now, but broad terms.
Through your worship, we do get materials from the states for certain projects, so it really depends on what we're dealing with at the time. So we most likely will see impacts. At this point, we have tried to follow our regular increases we see for non-residential construction. But throughout the year, if we're seeing impacts to projects, that's more of when we'll have to discuss whether or not we're able to proceed with them or how we're able to proceed with them, because we just don't have the information on what it's going to look like. We had the same thing during COVID where we saw significant increases, and we were able to handle those using some reserves and making some changes to our project. So we're going to take a similar approach this time around as well. So you will see similar increases as we have been dealing with. And then as we see projects this year, hopefully we'll get a handle on what that actually looks like. And then we'll have to make some determinations on how to proceed if there are significant impacts.
Thank you, Tori. So I guess the question is, so we talked a couple of council meetings ago about the purchasing policy in general. It's interesting when you say that we are still trying to bring stuff in, and I'm sure there are things that we can't source, obviously otherwise, but I'm just curious. We're obviously putting a scant eye to that, I presume, about trying to circumvent tariffs by purchasing domestically as opposed to internationally. I'm presuming that's in play.
Through your worship, absolutely. These would be like specific pumps that are in our treatment plants or very specialized items. And again, some of them maybe are produced here, some of them aren't. It's just the specialized items. Also, sometimes we're required to get a specific thing because that's what our entire treatment process is designed around. But as we're designing new things, yes, we'll be looking at what our options are and make sure we're prioritizing Canadian-made goods. But sometimes it's not an option right now.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks to our Director of Legislative Services for bringing forward this report. Very interesting. It's going to be a very interesting time the next couple of months. And we're going to be, understand, blessed with the draft budget on 3 days before Christmas, which is very thoughtful of you, but certainly timely. I just reading Grace Auble, Conservation Authority is looking at roughly a 3.5% increase, as is Inter-Township Fire Department. The police budget, it suggested 11%. Now, last year, about this time, we were hit with something like a 25 or 26% suggested police increase. I'm hoping, I don't know if we have any further information, as certainly last year, the 25% dropped considerably. I'm hoping the 11% will drop at least marginally. But I do know Councillor Forder and I on Wednesday afternoon at the public library meeting, we are being approached by a couple of gentlemen from the Owen Sound North Grey Union Library, and they're talking about higher numbers than what we've got here. So we've got tariffs thrown in there. We've got a number of carryover projects that were planned for 2025, carried on into 26, or maybe just not even got started in 25 for a variety of reasons. So this is going to be a demanding budget, and I personally feel that we may have to say no in a few instances, or at least a partial no anyway. So I'm looking forward to it, but I'm thinking this is going to be a big challenge, as it always is. But I think every year it gets a little more difficult. So anyway, we will, with staff's help, we will carry on and get it established.
Any other questions? Councillor Ennis?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you to Margaret, because obviously it's newer process to me than everybody else up here. So I felt pretty confident coming in that watching the budget process over the last few years that I had a good handle on it. And then when I saw the very first part, I'm like, oh, great, it's a new process. This will be fun. But I found your report to be very helpful in getting to understand how that's going to unfold. And I'm sure we'll get into the weeds and stumble our way through, but that was very helpful. Thank you.
Are you ready to vote on this? All in favor? Thank you very much. That's carried unanimously. The next item, the recommendation is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford, 1, direct staff to bring forward a new appointment bylaw to appoint the following council representatives to the following advisory committees. A, blank to the Strengthening Our Community Advisory Committee and blank to the Sustainability Advisory Committee. 2, direct staff to bring forward a new appointment bylaw to appoint blank to the Intertownship Fire Department Board. 3, direct staff to bring forward a new appointment bylaw to appoint Councillor Harley Greenfield as the alternate to Grey County Council. 4, direct staff to follow the process contained in this report to formally dissolve the Growing Our Economic Advisory Committee as of March 23rd, 2026, in anticipation of the 2026 municipal election process. 5, direct staff to follow the process contained in this report to formally dissolve the Strengthening Our Community Advisory Committee as of March 23rd, 2026, in anticipation of the 2026 municipal election process. 6, direct staff to follow the process contained in this report to formally dissolve the Ensuring Sustainability Advisory Committee as of March 23rd, 2026, in anticipation of the 2026 municipal election process. And 7, direct staff to follow the process contained in this report to formally dissolve the Investing in Infrastructure Advisory Committee as of March 23rd, 2026, in anticipation of the 2026 municipal election process. A mover and a seconder, Councillor Uhrig and Councillor Forder. Thank you very much. Again, maybe I'll just defer to the clerk to just brief us on the purpose here of this rather lengthy motion.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. I think it's best described, this report, sort of in two parts. We recognize that there are some vacancies with council appointments. And so the intention for the first part of this is in a timely way to have council direction on filling those representatives. So what I would say procedurally is that after discussion, an amendment to add those names would be what I would be looking for. And you'd see in the next item in the agenda is the formal appointment bylaw. So that would be updated with those names so that we could have those appointments formalized at the same meeting and then roll out the process to ensure everybody is ready to go. The second part is a good discussion that I welcome questions on, certainly about a slight change to how we maybe would approach some of the advisory committees. So the recommendation is to have a summary final report, which is something we haven't done in the past. Using the next couple of months to develop that and have the chair bring back the final report to council for review. It helps staff to also inform the report that will come on the structure of the next set of advisory committees for the recommendations with the new term of council. So staff's recommendation is to have that process followed, which would end with the March 23rd dissolution or dissolving of the committees, 4 of the committees. And I would note that 3 of them are recommended to remain until following the election cycle, being the Heritage Advisory Committee, the Accessibility Advisory Committee, both for the reasons that they are legislated. So the idea that they can still convene if required, and the Pump Storage Advisory Committee as well. So I'm happy to answer questions and the CAO as well with this approach. It is, as I say, a bit of a different one than we've taken in the past, but I think holds a lot of value in an election year for multiple reasons. And we did kind of highlight some of those reasons, which are maybe worth highlighting, but there is the perception that there is the option for these advisory committees to have some political influence in an election year, which isn't maybe a great look if that happens. And recommendations that they're working on may not be supported by council or a new council incoming, so they might be finding they're spinning their tires. And I will comment on the workload in an election year for our legislative services team, repurposing some of that support from council where possible is really valuable as we plan for the upcoming election. And then also, as I said, provides a really good opportunity for reviewing committees, the mandate and the membership. So going forward, helping staff to structure what these committees might look like for council's consideration with the new term of council. So I'll leave it at that, but really looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, fellow councillors, as the chair of the Sustainability Committee, I hope that you already know that that particular committee is in a grievous position. I have canceled 2 meetings, and my thinking with that with staff that attended a pre-meeting was because I'm not prepared to set up a meeting and set it up for failure. We have had a lack of quorum. Now, those that participate on advisory committees, you're all people, you all have obligations, things come up in people's lives, and sometimes you can't make it to a meeting. So on the Sustainabilities Advisory Committee, it started off as all of the selections. We all went through selecting people to be on committees. From the very first beginning, one of the persons that, it ultimately ended up being myself, selecting those that could help serve on the committee, never showed up once. That particular individual probably should not have submitted their name because of their life and their obligations, and they were chosen. They never came out once. So I'm down to 6. Over a period of time, for various reasons in life, I've had 2 that have outrightly resigned. Life commitments, they're down. So then what I said in my opening remark about being people and having something that comes up, there was one meeting that was called. There was myself and one other person that was out, 2. That particular meeting, we even had a guest speaker that drove up, and because we didn't have quorum, we couldn't even have them give an informal presentation. They drove here, no meeting. Sorry, the meeting is closed. With the timing that's in this report for the end of March, I personally also fully believe, do not advertise for new people. There is no time to do that. I do not want to see somebody named to just show up for this period of time, another 2 meetings or something like that. So I'm not into that. What I will say about the folks early on in my particular advisory committee, I think there was just a little bit of misunderstanding on the energy and the reasoning of being on an advisory committee. Some felt from the very, very beginning that as soon as they said something, that I, as the chair, would act on it, council would do it, and all of a sudden what they talked about would become law. Not the way it works. Unfortunately, and my fellow councillor Forder was my vice chair on this, he can attest to the fact that I was one meeting away, one of our full quorum meetings away of bringing to this council a recommendation from that working group. One meeting away. I couldn't bring that to you. Maybe in my closing summation remarks, I possibly can, but you won't be able to act on it. It'll be a culmination of what happened. So when I see that you need to name somebody for that, I'm suspecting that you're just going to plug my name back in there. But my thinking on how it's going to roll out is, why do we then say at this point, and particularly about the Sustainability Committee, that you're going to name myself, I think, to do this again, and it's going to go nowhere. I'm sitting here and I'm telling you that I believe that it was a valiant attempt, and sustainability, fellow councillors, is one of our pillars. It's one of the things that we built upon. It's important to us, but for a series of dynamic events that have happened, I'm telling you where we're at. And I am not prepared to call another meeting, because even with those that are left, I don't have quorum. It's a failure. So, Madam Clerk, you know where I'm coming from and where I'm at. I'm just looking for, when we do this today, what is my direction I'm going to do? Thank you.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Bell. So there are two different directions for the Sustainability Advisory Committee specifically. So at this point, the previous, and just to clarify, the councillors who have been appointed previously to their committees still remain intact. These positions with the blanks are left by Stephen Bartley. With his departure, we have some vacancies. So one option would be to appoint a second councillor, so you are still on the committee, to appoint a second councillor in 1B with that blank, and you would then have enough members to convene to complete the final report and then dissolve in March. The alternative is, if you feel strongly that that's not a valuable activity, we would not appoint a councillor in 1B, and we would have an amendment to change the date of dissolving the committee, and perhaps effective today, and that would be done. So there are two different directions for that particular committee. We are, as staff, recommending that it's still worth having those final discussions if, as a member, you feel that could be worthwhile if quorum could be achieved. With the experience that you have, that may not be the case, in which case, as I say, we could make those amendments.
Thank you. Thank you for that, and fellow councillors. So I mentioned briefly that my fellow councillor Forder is my co-chair. So there's two. We've got one.
Okay, I got a lot of people asking, you haven't spoke yet, Eric, and then I'll go to
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just on that point too, wasn't Stephen also on investing in infrastructure? I think that's where the mix was, because I also was a public member.
My apologies. I am just going to check with our deputy clerk who helped me write this report. I believe that the motion should be 1B, investing in infrastructure advisory committee. Is that the clarification? My apologies. So we would have strengthening our community and investing in infrastructure. We would need to fill those vacancies.
Okay.
Thank you. And as I said before, if the feeling is that quorum couldn't be achieved for one of the advisory committees, my recommendation would be to dissolve that committee with today's date rather than wait to have the final recommendations. If that's not the situation and council wishes to have the final reports, then that's how we would proceed.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor and fellow councilors. So when I was doing my conversation to you, I also am looking for what you think on that when I stated that sustainability is one of our pillars of the things that we believed in. And through no one's fault, it just, we would just have three at what we're doing. And we've had one person who was basically 100% attendance and missed one meeting. But they had something happening. So we were so thin to begin with that to call it and to go through the effort to do it, and then to have things ready for the municipality for folks to tune into, which they got to see silence for about 10 minutes, that's a failure. And I don't want to do a failure. I want to do a success. But I also was wondering whether there was something about the sustainability committee that we could roll into one of the other committees, because there was many things that we discussed that I found that there was a lot of hooks, a lot of things that were joined with one another, things that worked with sustainability, worked with things about growing the economy, things that we had that we were concerned about were other aspects. So I'm really looking for what your thinking is on it also, because I'm prepared to carry on and do something, but not prepared to set us up for failure.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Euring and then Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll start with a correction, because you also had in the report strengthening our community. Yes, it's true that Councillor Bartley was chair and is no longer there. I think Councillor Greenfield would be surprised to learn that he was on that, because it's me. So in the report, that should be me, not him. So, but thanks for Harley for trying. So yes, I think contrary, interestingly, when you say all that, Tony, because ironically, the two chairs or the two meeting committees that I'm on, we've not missed one meeting due to quorum. We had one missed with strengthening our community due to weather and growing our economy. We've not had any lack of quorum. So it could just be that you happen to have a collection of people that, for whatever reason, and next term, that might not be the case, where you might have, 5 individuals who were, gung ho and wanted to be involved. So because, or maybe it is the subject matter, maybe that should be lumped in with infrastructure. What you said I found interesting is because we had this discussion, we were setting up these 4 advisory committees. I thought there was concern at that point because everything overlaps. You said that, that infrastructure could overlap with economy. Well, economy overlaps with community all the time. Infrastructure overlaps with, so I mean, there's always going to be kind of entanglement there. And I think it's just finding the right mix of people that are going to be on those committees. And if that's a crapshoot, if they don't make the commitment, then what do you do? But ironically, like I said, the 2 I'm on are just, we have lots to talk about and they're totally engaged. So the advisory committee works, but it just could be those people.
Councillor Greenfield.
Sure. Well, first of all, when I read that I was a member of the Strengthening Our Community Advisory,
I haven't seen you make one meeting.
I felt very bad because I've never been. And yeah, okay. So I really don't think I was appointed to that committee, but I have no objection to being on it. I just want to put in a bit of a plug for the investing in infrastructure committee. We did have 5 members of the public. Eric left us, and then another member, I understand, is moving or has moved from the area. But that does leave us with 3 members of the public. And I just want to mention, I'm going to mention this when it came to committee reports later on in the meeting, but at our last meeting, our director Victoria was with us and gave us a really good report on what capital projects we'd accomplished, what was still going on, what were hoped to complete in 2026. And I got the impression from that, the three committee members who were there, and of course, Councillor Bartley was with us originally too as our chair, but from the three members that they were quite anxious in taking a look at capital projects proposed in the budget, and I just kind of want to get in a plug, if there's any chance of getting a committee meeting in January and having these members take a look at the projects. They really seem to be interested in examining them and notifying council of, hey, look, this is what we think would be valid. Anyway, you've really opened up a can of worms here, Margaret. But we'll get it.
Margaret?
If I may, I want to apologize for the scrambling of the content in the report. I will note that the appointment bylaw is correct. So somehow the committees got scrambled in the middle. I think really the important point, and again, my apologies, I will update the report with the correct information for the members. But the bottom line really is that we have a vacancy in investing in infrastructure and a vacancy on strengthening our community as appointments from council. So if we want to proceed with those, my suggestion is to have a discussion about the member of council who would be appointed to those. The other element also is to the Intertownship Fire Department Board. So if we are able to have a councillor to those, perhaps the second part of the discussion would be about the next steps in those committees. So sort of looking at this in two parts, because we have the appointments from the council members, and then we have, do we want to proceed with these committees for the rest of the term, or take the pause as staff recommends with one or two meetings in advance of the March suggestion for dissolving the committees. So the final report generation, the presentation, and then the conclusion of those four. So again, my sincere apologies, but I will update that content to be reflective of the true members of the committees. But as I say, looking at how to fill those council representative spots, and then looking at how council would like to proceed with the committees is my comment on that.
Deputy Mayor, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I thank you, Margaret, and I really appreciate this discussion. I think it was a little bit unfortunate this term that our committees really didn't get going until about a year and a half into this term of council for a number of various circumstances. So they really didn't have a chance to get ramped up, so to speak, and now here we are talking about winding them down, and there's nothing we can do about that. That's just the way it has to be. But I just want to say for any of the volunteers who might be listening, how much we appreciate their dedication and their willingness to give of their time and their expertise to be a part of these committees, because I think this involvement from members of our public is so important. We all campaigned on it in the last election, and we've heard many times from our residents that it's really important to them to have this opportunity to participate. So I just think about how we can, take this process forward and make changes to it or enhancements to it to just make it a little bit more successful in the next term. And hopefully, as these committees come back and report to us, that there may be some suggestions from each group about any ideas that they might have about how we can take the committees forward so that they can be more effective. But most importantly, in my mind, is to make them meaningful for the people participating on the committees. So that's my thought on the committees, but I did want to your suggestion, Margaret, if it's appropriate, to nominate Councillor Tony Bell for the vacant position on the ITFD board.
Okay. And I have you can do that, or
Thank you, Your Worship. My suggestion would be that we would have a mover and a seconder and a vote to amend to include Councillor Bell's name for the Inter-Township Fire Department appointment. So if there is a seconder, we can proceed
So
with that
you're
process.
moving that,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor, seconder, Councillor Greenfield, thank you. Any discussion? Do we have a willing?
I have an option to say something. I would love to be on ITFD.
Okay, all in favor? And that's carried unanimously. My question is, I'd just like to know what the precedent is for terminating committees that are deemed to be politically influential before the end of an election year. Is that common or is that, I'm just curious. And I'd also like some reaction from the people in those committees in terms of whether that makes sense to them or whether they take offense or just what, if I may.
To you, Mr. Mayor, in regards to is it a requirement? No, it's not a requirement to dissolve. What I've seen pretty effective is during the election, you want to try to have as low a number of platforms for individuals to use for pre-election activities. This also allows for the committees to be able to bring a fulsome review of the work that they've been able to accomplish. The pros, the cons, the wins. In some areas, quite frankly, what could be done different to make them more successful. I can tell you when I first took this position and looked at the advisory committees, I would say there's some work to do on terms of references. I would also say, and I'm a big believer, that these committees need to have a budget, and these committees need to have their budget tied to projects. Because I've been to some of these advisory committees and I get the sense that they believe that there is pockets of money that are available for projects they want to do. However, when you look at the budget, there is no pockets of money. So having clear budgets that are tied to advisory committees that allow council and the public to understand there is a cost to these advisory committees and whether or not it's cost for projects or resource time. I think that advisory committees work well when, and some may take this the wrong way, because advisory committees can be supported and driven by staff. The advisory committees are the ones who move things along, but having staff being there to provide staff reports, how do we monitor against, I'm just going to say, the growing our economy. In a perfect world, that advisory committee would be constantly monitoring and championing an economic development strategy and coming forward to council on an annual basis saying, this committee has followed the the economic development strategy, and these are the tasks that we've completed, and these are the tasks that we're promoting within next year's budget. So it becomes very much mandate driven. Advisory committees can often veer away from their mandate. And then what you start seeing is this disconnect between the advisory committees and council. Advisory committees are children of council. Advisory committees can't direct staff. Advisory committees can only recommend to council for council then to direct staff. So there is a big training component. And the last thing I would just mention, to continue on with these advisory committees and bring members of the public, being mindful that these committees only meet once every 2 months. We will probably be realistically, by the time we go out for appointment, probably end of February into March to actually have those individuals in place and trained. So we start running out of time to actually make these new members into a committee that actually have time to do what they need to do. So I personally, the providing that final report to council to say these are what we've completed, I think is a very valuable exercise and be very critical information for future council to consider. Do we want to move forward with these advisory committees? Are these the right ones? I love the idea in regards to the sustainability piece, because quite frankly, sustainability has to be something that we are considering in everything that we do, whether it be growing our economy or infrastructure, finance. It's what we need to be always thinking about, and could be easily put into these other committees. So that's a little bit of the insight from my input into these recommendations. I have seen the frustration with some of these advisory committees for a number of reasons. And one of the biggest frustration is, typically people who are interested in sitting on these advisory committees are doers. The municipal process can frustrate doers quite substantially. So looking at the terms of reference, the procedures that we use to be able to get information to council quickly, because I had also say a successful advisory committee probably needs to be meeting once a month.
Thank you.
Once every
Thank
2 months. By the time you actually get something to council and brought back, you're 4 or 5 months later. But again, there's a cost to doing that, and there is a expectation of commitment. But I find most effectively once a month. Understanding you take Christmas off, but and summer break. So
I would just like
Yeah.
to find you
Thank you.
20 more hours a week, CAO Everett. That would solve the problem completely. But thank you, because I think a lot of wisdom in what you've said. I understand better where you're coming from, and it's really where I think all of us are coming from. So we need to build that into our priorities if we can, and we'll look forward to receiving these summary reports from the existing committees, and I want to thank them for their service. Councillor Yurg?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just so you know, you can get frustrated being a doer on council as well. It's not just an advisory committee. Anyway, thank you for that clarification, and I agree 100%. They've often said that every 2 months feels like a frustration. So yes, when you said growing our economy a couple of times there, and I will bring it up, that yes, there is frustration, and the frustration, and I've tried to explain to the members as well, is not necessarily the fault of council or staff either. And again, we've had some turmoil getting to the point where we are now. So we've had obviously turnover at the CAO level, which has kind of led that discussion. Prior councils, or Margaret and CAO have said, yes, staff should be driving the bus. There should be staff reports coming to the advisory committee that they can work on. The frustration is there hasn't been that. So they're very frustrated because they feel like, what are we doing? We're coming and we're not talking about anything. We're not doing anything. So there's nothing tangible. So I really appreciate that your direction, I believe, is 100% correct. And I just want to say to all members of advisory committees, because I am kind of feel like I'm doing a little damage control where I'm trying to say, no, we've had turbulence and we are getting to the point where they're going to be working properly. Bear with us. So I just want to echo kind of what everything that you've said is correct. And if we could get it to once a month, they've also always said that you just don't feel like it once every 2 months for 2 hours, you can really accomplish much of anything. So it's really nice to hear the directionality kind of be in sync. After all that, I was, at the end of that, I was going to nominate, keeping them going as well. Like I said, for growing our economy and strengthening our community, I have no problem with recommending keeping those two going till March. I don't think there's any issues there with their participation or attendance. And I would recommend that Eric Ennis be included if he's willing and able, and to replace Councilor Bartley on strengthening our community. I think you would be an asset in that because of your involvement in the community and a lot of initiatives you're involved with. So that'd be my recommendation.
So we've got a motion on the floor then to appoint Councillor Ennis. Are you a willing participant?
I am. I just want to, would like to clarify if I could. So on that schedule, then there would be what, 2 more meetings left on that? About 2 meetings. Okay, great. But I just wanted to also add in the comments too, just as we're thinking about like how to proceed with advisory committees, because I've done them now for most of this term and a little bit of the previous term as well of council. Kind of thinking about the sustainability piece and what Councillor Bell had said a couple of minutes ago, it seems as though some of the committees seem very well structured to be like, how do we comment on this specific sort of set of tasks or specific items? And others are sort of more like, I read them as kind of being like conceptual schools of thought for how we should do some of those other things. So it almost feels like some of those things should be sort of built in terms of reference as guiding principles for how committees should work on specific problems. And I almost feel like, you know, we break the budget down just as like a very quick example that just sprung to mind while we're talking about this, where we break our budget days into operating capital and user pay and final review. It almost sort of seems to me like those are things that would be really good advisory committees because they're things that we deal with and could use specific advice on. And I'm sure there's a couple of other things that are kind of good sort of task areas or decision areas that could be good. And I just wanted to get those kind of thoughts out. I know, you know, we won't be creating any new advisory committees, but for the future, that would be good. But in terms of Councillor Yurik's recommendation, that would be great.
Okay, so I'm going to call the vote on appointing Councillor Ennis to the which committee was it?
Strengthening our community.
Right, okay. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. And I think we've perhaps, okay, I was going to say, I thought we'd exhausted the discussion here, but Councillor Forder?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I wanted to come back to the Ensuring Sustainability Advisory Committee that I'm on with Councillor Bell. And yes, we have had some attendance issues, and I just sort of wanted to go back to an email we had from the end of October. And I'm just paraphrasing, but it says this committee has had some trouble with achieving quorum and has been unable to meet for the past several months. And due to recent resignations, there are no longer enough members appointed to this committee for meetings to proceed. So with that said, my question for staff is, from an administrative perspective, would it be more sensible to dissolve that committee now, knowing that we're not going to be reinstating new members to that committee? Because whether we do it now or March, it's kind of all leading to the same place. So I'd just like to get staff's opinion on whether we could help you guys out and get that taken care of now, if that's the best approach. Thank you.
Through your worship to Councillor Ford, I think that's a very helpful situation as a suggestion to the situation. One note that our deputy clerk had offered was perhaps if we had a motion that says to dissolve that committee today, but direct staff to send any items that might be coming to the other committees during the remaining meetings that they have. So the work would not be lost, but to your comment that the value is there for other committees. If there is a fit, we could repurpose that.
Yep.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate you making that comment, Margaret, because that was my next question, is just to make sure if there was any outstanding matters that those just wouldn't get dropped and be done with. Do we need a motion to dissolve? So I'll go ahead and make that, I'll move that motion to dissolve the Ensuring Sustainability Advisory Committee. Thank you.
And are you seconding that, Councillor Bell? Any discussion? All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Sorry. Did I cut you off?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'd have tears in my eyes because I know the hard work that my fellow councillor, he always brought materials to that meeting. He always had inspiration for that meeting. And to the comments from our newly appointed Councillor Ennis, it's right. We had so many things on that. I've probably got a list of 14 subject matters that we would like to do. And unless you funnel it right down to about 2, the 14 are lost. So I'm on for those modifications in the future. And with tears in my eyes, I can't support Mr. Mayor asking for the committee that I was chairing to dissolve. I think that council's made that decision, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Yes, Margaret?
Thank you, Your Worship. So we do have investing in infrastructure is I believe, the remaining appointment that is vacant on our appointment bylaw. So investing in infrastructure right now, according to my questionable notes, is Councillor Greenfield is on that committee. We do have the chair vacancy at this time. We have appointed Councillor Ennis to strengthening our community with Rob, Councillor Urick as well. So if there is the desire to fill that other vacancy with investing in infrastructure, then we can have the same process for moving and seconding. We could carry on without that appointment should council wish. Following that, I can just summarize all of the changes as we'll need a final vote for the amending motion.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship. Well, I would nominate Councillor Ennis to be on the infrastructure committee. He has been up until just very recently, and I think he has a pretty good grasp on what was happening there, and I'd like to see Eric come back and join that committee.
Councillor.
If I may, is it possible for me to join that committee, but not as the chair, and to have Councillor Greenfield be the chair? I think at this time I'd rather just kind of come in as an appointed member rather than taking on the chair right now. Is that?
Well, I have been acting chair in the last couple of meetings. I'd certainly be very glad, very pleased to be your chair.
Okay, so I think we've voted though. Okay,
We would just need a seconder, Your Worship,
Okay.
and then we can vote on the recommendation or the amendment that Councillor Ennis is appointed to invest in infrastructure as well.
that's seconded by Councillor Urick. All in favor? And again, that's unanimous. Thank you. Councillor Elise, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Margaret, I know you have me listed as being the council appointee to the Faulkner Board, and that's great. And I've been attending those meetings and I'm happy to do that. I've also been attending the Riverside Board meetings for quite some time, and I don't know if you wish a formal appointment in relation to Riverside to be the same as Faulkner. It's not listed here in the report.
Through Your Worship to the Deputy Mayor, if we could just leave that for now. This is the first that I have come to understand that. I'm not sure why it's not listed there. So rather than a formal appointment, I might just take that information back with me and we can always bring another appointment bylaw, but I'll just look into that if that's okay. Thank you.
I think we've moved on to that report though. Do we need a final vote on? So just so I'm clear, we're on item 5. Sorry. We're on. We're still on item D here and we need a final vote on that. Okay, so all in favor? You've got something to say, Councillor?
Could I ask one more question? There was some brief discussion about I think it was March 23rd date of dissolution. I was hoping it could be a later date than that, perhaps. Well, and I fully realize the election argument, and it's a very sound one, very good one. But I was wondering about keeping the committees going until the end of May. But I'll just throw that out. I don't know if anyone else is interested in extending the date or not. And I don't want to make problems for her staff, but I just
Response from you, Margaret?
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Greenfield. My only comment to that would be the issue of recruitment of public members. I think it puts it in a difficult spot because as the CAO commented, if we recruit new members, we won't really have them onboarded and ready to go, with the exception of maybe one meeting if we extend till May. So we can do what council's wishes, but summarizing everything in the next couple of meetings with a presentation is in March was staff's proposal to kind of tidy up the process. If we want to extend or continue with the advisory committee meetings, we may want to look at then onboarding committee members to have a full committee to actually move the work forward, which is sort of a different outcome. So I think that's probably how I would comment.
Yes,
Supplementary.
thanks, your worship, through you to our director. I guess I'm wondering, do we really need to go out for new members in that timeline? Like we're looking at 5 or 6 months. We've eliminated I was going to say the weak link in our committees, and that's not being very flattering. I'm just wondering if we have enough, still have enough numbers, and if indeed maybe the staff could overemphasize the importance of attending meetings for a couple more meetings. 3 maximum. Anyway.
Councillor Yurick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think CAO Everett even had intimated earlier, he was curious about strengthening our economy and I put those together, strengthening our community and growing our economy. I don't think they would have any issues moving on to May as per Councillor Greenfield's recommendation. My concern about that is and we're not requiring members, so that's not a concern for those two committees. I think the concern is more this late in the game, the budget happening, the election coming up that year. Is there proper ability for staff to put in place the structure we talked about to direct those committees realistically for extra 2 months? Because we've been kind of struggling with that now. So do we really think that's going to be fixed in the next short period of time? And my guess would be a hardly no on that. And if it's not, it is a no, then I don't really see the need to extend it. But if it was willing, if there was a way, we would have been gladly able to do it, I think.
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Yurg. In the short term, understanding that we'll be right in the midst of the budget deliberations in January as well. There's a lot going on. I don't think the extra 2 months is going to right the ship.
I'm not sure whether that was a pro or con.
So it's not, so the process that we need in a new structure or that proposed structure to be able to have staff driving it, going from March to May, those 2 months are not going to allow staff to make those changes. Understanding that we'd be probably making the change for one meeting. If there was the need to be able to, spend a little bit more time and doing a final report, I can wrap my head around that. But and maybe these two, those committees need that. But ultimately, the goal is to get that report to council in March. Just so then that way it would go to committee of the whole, and then it would go to council. So that'll be April by that time. So we're almost into May just to get through that final report process.
Like, I feel, if I may say, that it would be better to spend, if there's any time left over, preparing for the new look than to be, struggling through the old way and perhaps further frustrating our good, advisory committee members. So I would certainly vote for the March termination. And thank you for all the background on this, because it's been helpful to me to understand better, why this is happening, and we need to move on. So can we have a final vote on this item? All in favor? Thank you. The next is the recommendation to be resolved that bylaw 2025-69 being a bylaw to appoint council members to committees, boards, and other bodies for the term ending November 14, 2026, be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. Mover and seconder for this, Councillor Forder and Councillor Urick. Is there any discussion on it? Councillor Urick?
Just a quick question, on page 124, it lists all the committees. And it says, 0.7 is the external organizations. Just curious why GSEA isn't on there, ITFD aren't on there, library's not on there. I'm just wondering why only those three were listed. There might be a reason, I'm just not aware of it.
Thank you, Councillor Urick. I believe that this was the update from the most recent appointment, which would have maybe been this spring. So after Councillor or Deputy Mayor's comments about some of the other hall boards, I will have a thorough review about the appointment process. It might be in part to our appointment policy, but if we feel that there are some appointments that are not official as part of this, I will look into that and just have a quick review for what's going on with that. Thank you.
Okay, anything else? You ready to vote? All in favor? Thank you, and that is carried unanimously as well. And now, at 3:10 PM, recommendation be it resolved that Council of the Municipality of Meaford hereby go into Committee of the Whole, as I say, at 3:10 PM. And I need a mover and seconder for that, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Greenfield, all in favor? That is carried. And the first item here, the recommendation is that Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford provide pre-budget approval of $56,000 for the 25th anniversary of the amalgamation of the Municipality of Meaford programming. A mover and a seconder. Councillor Ennis and Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Discussion on this, Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I read through the report with great interest on this. I have a couple of things. I like the idea when I read through the report about planting trees, a commemorative plaque. That'd be very nice. Different communities and locations. I can support that. But I'm wondering whether we're partied out. We had a lovely, lovely deal in 2024. We had a working group that worked extremely hard. You had T-shirts made and little bells produced and all that kind of thing. And it took a lot of people a lot of time with many hours to do that. I was also very glad when that occasion was being celebrated that we did have people, and I'll specifically say Bogner, that came over and participated. They felt welcome, they were involved and included. I like that, and I think they liked it too. But when we have a couple of years later, and we've got some money that we're going to assign to do this, I'm trying to envision what we can do in Annan. What can we do down in Leith? What can we do down in Bogner? Who's going to lead it? What are we going to generate? What's it going to say? I think all of them recognize that when amalgamation happened, I think that 25 years later, yeah, it's an anniversary mark, that's for sure. We've made some great strides in unity. It's one of the things that I've believed in heavily, bringing people together. But I'm just wondering whether when we have these items that were listed, and I saw some of them, I thought they were very nice and I can support. I'm just wondering who's going to lead it? What group? Is it going to be led by our staff? There's a lot about that. There's a lot of people that have already put ideas forward and they're all great. Do assign this amount of money? It's not a lot of money. You know, it's not even 1/2 of 1%. But at the same time, are we really ready to celebrate in a manner? I think that what was done in 2024, I think it was top shelf. And I just don't want to see this as a little, oh, I don't know, a passing recognition that, oh yeah, three former, townships in the town of Meaford got together because the province said you need to realign. I don't know if we need to do that. But if we do, if this council wants to do that, I can simply tell you this, that my family, in the first book in Sydenham Township, produced in 1967 for centennial year, my family was very heavily involved in the celebrations of that through the Township of Sydenham. And again, in the second printing of a volume later on, 1998, again, very much involved in that. We had tours of the Century Farms. We had a lot of things. So there's a lot of history. And I know that Councillor Greenfield with St. Vincent, and when I worked on the new coat of arms with Marjorie Davidson, there's a tremendous amount of history. So if we're going to use it for an opportunity, as which was written in the report, to basically have meetings where history, values that we come from are expressed. Again, I can support that. I'm just not sure what does that mean for the party that we may be wishing to have. So I can support some of this, but and I'll go with the flow with whatever council wants, but I'm just thinking that we did such a great job in 2024. I don't know how we can cap on it.
I'm just going to say that I was really surprised at all the ideas and the validity of the ideas that staff have come up with here. And to see this initiative from staff actually has me very excited. But I'm going to ask CAO Everett to comment on Councillor Bell's thoughts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. You know, when you look at 25 years, I think what staff is looking at is giving these communities an opportunity to celebrate their history. I know during my interview process, I was able to do some research and name all the different municipalities and the villages, hamlets. I'm a big proponent that those identities should never be lost. And this is an opportunity where, yes, some of these ideas were brought forward with staff. I think the success would be being able to go to those villages, hamlets, and saying, what would you like to do? And sort of give them an opportunity to say what they would like to do to celebrate the history. And at 25 years later, we as a municipality are celebrating their identity, because I believe their identity should never be lost. And it's the new generation, this upcoming generation, giving them every opportunity to acknowledge that all of these villages and hamlets make up this great place of Meaford. Councillor Bell, like the Century Farm tours, I think that is the stuff that people, will be interested in. I think the goal, our economic development team has been working on the development of videos that talk about the history of some industry. The idea is during this 25th, having something at the Meaford Hall that puts all of these videos together in one showing, again, to celebrate the history of Meaford. I would say the $57,000, having the banners, like those are all the things that we can bring to the table. I believe that there are potential for sponsorships. I believe getting, the county involved, and it's just not one big party. It is a culmination over the 12 months just to acknowledge that Meaford is made up of an amalgamated list of specific municipalities. So I'm pretty excited about it. Lots of municipalities hit 25 and they miss the opportunity. And again, at 57,000, it's a big chunk of change. But I think I do really want to thank staff for putting their heads together and putting this first list of ideas out. I know they're pretty excited about it because the staff has a ton of pride in this municipality, and I think it's their opportunity to really show it as well. So thank you.
Councillor Yorick, and then Deputy Mayor, and then Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Tony, although I will disagree because I think two things. One, that success was born by a lot of effort by Deputy Mayor led that first, but it was staff, and it was also a lot of organizations. I can tell you, those organizations are already talking about what they want to do next year. So there is an appetite for it. They want to do it. And I can add one to like what, and I think your list of what staff list has come up with is great. I can tell you that there is a prominent person in town who arranges, wants to do a small hall festival. So when you talked about what can you do in Leith, what can you do at Bogner, what can you do in Riverside, this person would love to do a small hall festival during that year to kind of champion the ball. So that's another idea that can be kind of added to the list. But countering that, my concern is what you said is, yes, that was a rah kind of moment for Meaford, that 150th. There is still discord out there. We still hear from Annan and Leith and Bogner. There are boards out there and they say they have much difficulty with saying, well, oh yeah, it's Meaford. We're not part of Meaford. That has not gone away yet. And this is still trying to bridge that divide. These kind of things that we do are trying to go out, as CAO Everett said, go to the communities. What can we do within your communities to make sure that you feel like you're part of the team? So I think that's why it's important to do this. I don't think it's a lost effort at all. I'm going to ask a question actually. 2001, grew up here, but I happened to be out of town, out of the area at that time. And at that point in time, they talked about calling it the Corporation of the Town of Georgian Highlands. And it didn't. It got switched back to Meaford. And I never understood why, because I think that was a mistake, because that is why there's divide, because everybody says when something happens in Meaford, people think the town, not the municipality. When Grey Highlands merged, Artemisia, Euphrasia, Osprey, they didn't call it Markdale. They called it Grey Highlands. So
And
why did it become Meaford?
And the reason that they changed from was because of Great Highlands, too much confusion. If you had, what was it? We were going to be Georgian Highlands and they were Great Highlands.
Right,
And,
but it didn't have to be that name. It could have been another name other than Meaford, because that has created much derision between the divide of the name of the town and the rest of the small communities who think Meaford is Meaford.
And I really can't tell you the answer to this. Maybe Harley can, but it's my impression that the province organized a shotgun wedding for us. And I think that they also took responsibility for naming it. Yep. Deputy Mayor, sorry, I think, okay, you were first and then back to Councillor
Yeah.
Greenfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I know Councillor Greenfield is burning to answer this question, but Mr. Mayor, you're right. It was the confusion between Grey Highlands and Georgian Bluffs. And then if we were Georgian Highlands, it was just too much similarities. So it was decided at the time that we would become the municipality of Meaford. And over the years, there's been discussion about really dropping the municipality part of it and just being Meaford. So we're not there yet. And I know I'll be repeating some of the thoughts that have been shared, but coming back to Councillor Bell's point about a party, I don't see this really being a party as such, not in the way that the 150th was, which was such a happy year with lots and lots of celebrations. But I see this as really important. It is a recognition of the bringing together of these communities in 2001. And I really think that with the work that staff will be doing, that will inspire others, as Councillor Urick has suggested, to come forward and host their own events. And I think there's a greater risk that if we don't do this, then, you know, our neighbors to the west are going to say, well, there we are, forgotten about again. It's all about Meaford. We don't matter. And I think it's just really important that we make this investment and that we stand up and say that we are unified. We are one municipality, and 25 years is really special. And we're going to celebrate this. And this is the way in which we offer to do it as staff and council. And we hope that you'll join in. We hope that you'll attend these events and that you will become part of the recognition of 25 years, and that it will, you know, start to repair some of the bridges that are still out there that have been broken. So I think this is a really good thing.
Councillor Greenfield?
Your worship, yeah, you maybe should have called a recess before I got started. The deputy mayor covered one of the really important points were the three similar names of three similar municipalities kind of back to back. I think the main argument at the time was this was shortly after Grey County went to 911 calls. And one of the main arguments was, oh, you know, somebody's gonna phone in an accident or a fire or whatever, and are you in Grey Highlands or Georgian Highlands or Georgian Bluffs or that shouldn't have been confusing because every 911 gate number, property number in Grey County is individual. It's, you can do a locate quite quickly by going to the number. So I thought that was kind of a weak argument, although it certainly was well addressed. We were Georgian Highlands. We had some documents made up, for the town of Georgian Highlands. I well remember the mayor at the time came to a council meeting a couple of months into the amalgamation. He brought forward a motion that the name be changed to the municipality of Meaford. There were a council of 7, similar to what we have today, mayor, deputy mayor, 5 councillors. 6 of the council members were rural at the time. 4 of them were from Sydenham area. There was a split vote. I can't remember if it was recorded or not. The vote was 4-3 to change the name to the municipality of Meaford. And thereafter, we had to change the information, change the literature at a bit of a cost. But anyway, that was the decision. It wasn't popular with a great number of people, and unfortunately, there still is, with some anyway, animosity out there in our western environs about the name. Being blunt and unfeeling, I tend to say, time to get over it. And, 25 years. I think what council has always tried to do is give the very best governance possible to all areas of our municipality. I know there have been years when you could argue, well, you know, this area is getting more than that area, but for a long time, folks in the West complained about, we don't want to pay for Meaford sewers and water. Well, you don't pay for Meaford sewers and water. That's anyway, that's a bit of a history. I wanted us to become the township of Cape Ridge, but that didn't get much support. I think as far as being a promotion, I name it. Yeah, anyway, that's past history. This is 2025. I just want to point out, and it does mention in the report about authors and storytelling, and we certainly heard over at Cobble Beach the importance of storytelling, keeping the stories alive, whether it's your family history or your municipal history or whatever. And I think this is, you know, this would be a definite fit. I want this to be a part of the promotion. Like it's just so good. So, yeah, it's an expense, but as the deputy mayor says, we want to make sure that we acknowledge all of our municipality, all residents of our municipality, all walks of life in our municipality. And I think we'd be remiss if we didn't celebrate this 25th anniversary.
Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I appreciate Councillor Urick when you said this is not just going to be a simple party, it's going to be out throughout the year like that. I like what you said, Deputy Mayor Keaveney, when you said if we don't do something, that would not be well done. So whether I'm on council in 2026 or not, I hope somebody gives me a call, because now that I've heard the heart of this municipality's council, count on me to help out in any way I can. And to Councillor Greenfield, if somebody does contact me in the future, I've got the story of Ned. Ned was a slave out of the United States during the Civil War. He made his way to Owen Sound, Sydenham. He saved the life of family in Balaclava in the winter with runaway horses, and Ned gave up his life for the family down in Balaclava. So if I've enticed somebody to ask me to tell that story, I just might. Thank you very much, and I can now support this wholeheartedly.
Are you ready to vote? All in favor? And that is unanimous, and thank you for making it that way. Okay, next item is the recommendation that Committee of the Whole direct staff to bring the draft fees and charges forward at a statutory public meeting on December 1st, 2025, prior to Council's final consideration of the 2026 fees and charges bylaw. A mover and a seconder, Deputy Mayor Keaveney and Councillor Ennis. Any discussion on this? I'm sure we're going to hear a few things. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two questions at least on this, but I'll start with coming back to Director Perry Maybeda's comment about slowing down our need to revamp our sewage plant, that expansion. And that being the case, do we really have to continue to raise our water and sewage fees at the rate that we are? I mean, they really are just getting so expensive for people when, water bills are double heating and hydro bills. They're just getting excessive. And is there any way that this year we can give people a break and not have to continue with the increases that are before us?
Through your worship, my understanding is that there has been changes to the water and sewer rates that came when we did a study through finance to look at our water and sewer charges. And the costs in that and in the previous financial plan that we had didn't actually include the expansion to the wastewater treatment plant. And of course, those would only impact our wastewater charges, even if they had been in there at the time. These costs were developed due to mainly work that needs to happen to our pipes under the ground and the backlog we have of both infrastructure that's reached end of life, as well as infrastructure that no longer meets the guidelines for our water distribution system. So we can obviously look at all of our options, and council will be seeing some more information through more of our asset management planning and kind of where we sit with all of our assets. But we do have a backlog of pipe replacement, and so that's why these fees do continue to increase.
Can somebody tell us what page that was so that we can see the percentage? Or at least look. We don't see that. Can I ask what is the increase for water and sewer?
Sorry, I also haven't been a part of these increases because this department hasn't fallen under me, but will be shortly. But my understanding is that it partly depends on usage. So it depends on if you are use less water, the rates are are smaller. And if you are a larger water user, the rates increase. So this was a part of that study that was completed through finance, looking at the rates. And but my understanding that the average person, I think, will see a 5% increase on water is what I have been told. But I think our increases to wastewater, again, depending on how much you use, I think are still close to 8%, but I can double check. And as we go through the budget process too, we can continue to discuss.
It's my
that.
understanding that we were at we've been at 8%, I think, for a while, and that we were going to try and bring this down. Go ahead, Councillor Greenfield. I think CA Leverett is ready to comment on that.
Through Mr. Mayor, looks like just a quick calculation on the water side, it's 5% increase.
And it could go up depending on the amount of consumption.
The way the consumption rate is, it's based on 0 to 10 cubic meters. Next, it would be 11 to 25 cubic meters, and 26 to 50 cubic meters, and then the high rate is the plus 50 meter cubes.
So it is 5%, and that's both water and sewer.
I believe the sewer is 5% as well.
That's yes, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, regarding the different rates for different usage amounts, I was just wondering how that gets applied. Does that get applied kind of like a tax bracket where you use, I don't have it in front of me, but 10 cubic meters, that's charged at one rate, and then the next 10 is charged at another rate? Or is it like you just trigger a new rate that gets back applied to what you've used?
Through your worship, my understanding is that the first 0 to 10 would be paid at the one rate. And then if you move up, it's only anything within like 11 to 25 meters cubed and so on. So it will just be that extra amount of water that you're using or sewer that you're producing that would then equal that additional charge.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yeah, I think you were next, Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a Meaford Hall question. The booking prices now, the commercial prices have increased. Some of them have increased somewhat, not hugely. But I'm more concerned about the community bookings. They have jumped considerably, and I know most of the people at Meaford Hall, they're super workers, super staff, and they do a great job. But community bookings, not always, but sometimes community events are presented at the hall for fairly low ticket prices. There isn't a lot of profit there. There isn't a lot of revenue. They're presented for the benefit of all, the benefit of the community. And with community increases, like the Opera House for 4 hours going up $220 an hour, for 9 hours going up $1,300. It to me, it number of people may not remember, but when we refurbished the hall back in 05, 06, one of the intentions was for community events. And over the years, yes, there's still community events, but they seem to be not as important as the big name shows. And I've there's been some amazing entertainment at the hall, and I applaud every event. But I see this as it's just going to be that much more difficult for community groups to try to put on a show there. I mean, if you're always trying to present with that burden on your backs of, hey, we gotta make a few bucks on this, we gotta pay off the presentation, and I don't have a solution, but I am worried that this is not going to enhance the opportunities for community groups at the hall.
Did you wish to speak to that?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, it's council's decision, direction if you want to change any of these. I will say that the community bookings, when we look at a similar agreement of the Meaford Community Foundation, these are ones that, we've had this discussion at council that, sometimes these would be potentially tied to a 35% discount. So this is the line that you would actually see the 35% discount. Those other groups that council would look at to say maybe they don't fit that sort of an agreement, maybe they are not a not-for-profit, or they're not a charitable organization, then the cost of operating the hall still is the same. But if, when you start taking 35% off of the community rate, adding on the community rate helps the bottom line if you're giving 35% off of that. Again, not all the events will be 35% off. Working with staff, I have a better understanding of what the difference between the commercial and the community is. And when you have the large entertainment groups come in, they are the commercial, where they're basically they're the entertainment business. So these ones would be specifically whether or not it's the municipality that's doing the actual show or a local group. But again, that's council's direction that we take. On another note, I just checked my math. The wastewater side is 8%. So I just want to clarify that.
Okay. I've noticed that many of the charges are, like, the increases are really incremental and make a lot of sense, but the Meaford Theatre Group use of the Woodford Community Hall has jumped by a whopping 32% by my calculation. And we were just hearing from them earlier in our meeting today about what they are trying to achieve and how they're working at it. So it went from 5,000 to 6,600 per year. So I'm just wondering if that is a little. I'm sure there's a rationale. I guess I just want to hear what the rationale is.
Through Mr. Mayor, the rationale on this one was when we looked at what they currently pay, it equates to, I believe the number was $15 a day. So when you start looking at, and they're basically exclusive use of that facility. So when we start taking a look at the operational costs, we have a responsibility to come back to council to say, like, here's what the expense side is. We really have one user that's providing the revenue. So it was basically just look what the cost per day is and make a proposal. If council wants to go back to the 5,000, that's your discretion. But my first review of the user fees was to bring forward suggestions based on the reality of what they're actually paying per day, and giving council that information and making a decision.
It
based on
sounded
that.
today like they had some ambitious plans to try and improve things. And I believe we've seen an investment of sweat equity, if you want to call it that, from them, which has, I think, made it, maybe worth a little more. But anyway, I would suggest that we review this anyway and maybe have a little negotiation as we did with the Culture Foundation at Meaford Hall, just to see if we can really, all I'm saying is they're doing a tremendous public service, and I don't want to extinguish that if we just want that to happen. Yeah.
Well, one thing to add, Mr. Mayor, just in that regard, and talking with staff, having those discussions with these groups is absolutely critical. Because in their presentation, they also talked about desired capital projects for that facility. So that capital project will most likely be borne by taxation. However, if they want to partner in that, that's very similar to the Meaford Cultural Foundation, where if you want to get a better rate, will you actually work with us to help fund some of those capital projects? Because those capital projects will add to the increase. So having
I
those
expect they're open to
collaborative
that.
discussions would be helpful.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to ask on page 53 of 54, we have pickleball at $75 a day, and I know they've been at $75 for 2 years or maybe 3 years now. I've lost track. But I'm wondering if staff have engaged with the pickleball executive to look at negotiating an updated agreement with this group with regards to usage and fees for the community center. I mean, I know they're regular users, and it's a large club, and it provides lots of physical activity for people in the community. But I'm just unaware if we have an updated agreement with the club.
Through Mr. Mayor, what I can do is I can work with staff and have that back to you when this comes back to council.
Councillor Yorick?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just so you're aware as well, Deputy Mayor, they're not using the community center very much anymore. They're in charge now 4 or 5 days a week. So they're really cutting back on the use of the community center, period. I want to, overall, the whole fees and charges, at the start of your at the presentation, it did say that you were trying to keep a lot of things to like 2% cost of living, and that is much appreciated. I will say a lot of those are, and that's great, and thank you for that. I'm going to harken back to the Woodford Hall and Meaford Hall scenario for a second, because I can say that I can tell you that the Meaford Culture Foundation often ends up subsidizing other groups who can't afford to use it because the fees are high. So when you talk about the commercial bookings kind of being the lion's share of paying for it, yeah, those are professional entities that they should pay to play, because they're also charging much higher ticket fees. I can tell you there are a number of entities in this town who would love to use Meaford Hall. They already can't afford the 900. They're not established organizations, but they just find that it's already out of reach. This just puts it further out of reach. So I don't believe that it should be a lost leader, but by the same token, if we can't support the community, then we're doing it a disservice, because it is meant to be as much community as it is commercial. So that's just the soapbox there. And that kind of harkens with a bunch of other things as well. As the mayor said, it was surprising me for that Woodford Hall went from 5 to 6.6. William Croft went from 719 to 850. That's substantial. The Pavilion went from 113 to 150. That's substantial. RV camping went from 49 to 78. I don't know if these are corrections, or it just seems that they really kind of went a lot higher than anything else. And I'm just not sure what the validation was on those for that triple or double inflation rates.
Through Mr. Mayor. So a number of those were when you take a look, when staff looked at what it is actually costing, and basically not full cost recovery, but over the course of a couple of years, just the amount of time that it takes, and then taking a percentage of that. I will say the RV piece, I'm suggesting you're probably looking at the harbor RV piece. That one was, when we look at that one, we matched it with the prime camping at Memorial Park because it was waterfront. Those RV spots at the harbor are pretty prime. Especially when you're looking at who is using those. They're typically anglers that are using it, when we actually have not too far away a campground that they could be using, but Meaford provides them an opportunity to camp at the harbor. So that was looked upon to be very comparable to a prime waterfront site at Memorial Park. So that's, when we looked at these user fees, it was looking at sort of the detail of, and I believe there's been a few years when fees haven't went up. But again, hear the concerns, especially about the Meaford Hall. Meaford Hall, like it is, you know, it does run a deficit like a lot of our facilities, and we can definitely rejig the numbers if council would like to get them more aligned from 2025. It's just going through a process of giving council that information and that ability to see those increases or move those back to 2025 positions.
Councillor Forty, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. This is really good discussion. I appreciate being a part of it. My question is with regards on a few of the fees that have shifted to full cost recovery, specifically garbage bag, second and third, full cost recovery, also commercial patio, monthly lease rate, full cost recovery. I just don't feel comfortable in approving this, not knowing what residents are going to pay for their second and third bags of garbage. So do we, based on that cost recovery model, do we have an idea of what residents will be able to expect to pay for that? And then also with regards to the patio monthly lease rate, what would that also look like? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Ford, great question. I was wondering how long it was going to take for the bag tag to. So the bag tag, from what I've heard from staff thus far, and they're working out the actual cost, but you know, this allows for the shift to the first bag is free, and then the second and third bag would be full cost recovery. My understanding, full cost recovery is around $8 to $9 per bag. So that's the number that we're hearing. So basically, the incentive is use diversion, use recycling to try to get that one free bag. Because that oftentimes you hear, what do my taxes give me? Well, garbage pickup. So recycling, there's no charge for the recycling. The one bag would be free, and then the second and third full cost recovery. Probably, I'm going to lean probably around the $8.50. I want to give staff a lot of credit for bringing this one forward. It's not one that I've heard of too often, but it really puts the onus on the resident to try to get that garbage into one bag, which helps our diversion rate. So the second one in regards to the patios. So having a patio for any of the business owners, realistically, I believe that it was about $9,000 for the summer, because right now that's what the taxpayer would be paying for that. In 2025, it was deemed to use the reserves from the BIA to help cover that cost. So when staff looked at this, the reality is, and again, it's the Municipal Act, and I'll keep harping on the Municipal Act, we cannot fund for-profit organizations. So if a restaurateur wants to have the patio, our theory is then that restaurant, we can provide the opportunity, but any of the requirements, they will have to borne that cost. So that full cost recovery would be based on the same barrier system that we used this year. It seemed to be quite successful. And I think the only number that we're waiting on to determine what full cost recovery is was for the contractor to provide the final invoice for the removal of that. We just rented those barriers. My recommendation is we will just rent them. That way there's no damage to them over the course of the winter, and we don't have to install and remove. That's the contractor that does that. Hopefully that's helpful.
Yes, sorry.
Through your worship, I just wanted to add with regards to the bag tags, onto what Sean has already said. The other benefit is that if residents don't have one bag of garbage, they won't actually have to be purchasing bag tags anymore. So it reduces that burden on our taxpayers. Even if maybe they do have multiple, they can at least get one out if they have run out of them. So right now, I know everyone needs to make sure that they have enough bag tags so that doesn't happen, but this would provide a little bit more flexibility for our residents. As well, our staff have been digging into the numbers a bit, but still are going to reach out to our waste provider to get exact numbers, but they think they're actually going to be slightly less than the 850. So it won't be as significant of a difference, especially if residents are just putting out 2 bags. They might actually see a reduction in what they're paying, because that first one will be free, and the second one looks like it might be less than what the cost of 2 bag tags would have been.
Councillor Ennis?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple questions and then perhaps maybe just some thoughts. For thinking about garbage bag tags, thank you for asking. I mean, for me, myself, like on my farming operation, depending on how many feed bags I've left in the barn before dealing with them, I usually can get it out in one bag, and that would be great for me. But I worry what'll happen with people like whose operations have like bale wrap and like large quantities of stuff, and I can imagine that this would significantly affect things for them depending. Now, I don't know if there's a program or anything like that, or how it might work with write-offs for people who have more complicated operations than I do. So maybe somebody with that experience can weigh in, but I would be just kind of worried that that will sort of disproportionately affect them when they're really trying to operate under a tight budget. Kind of shifting to like building and permits. I was wondering, because I know that we're doing a public meeting, or the plan is to have a public meeting. I'd just be curious to know what the efforts are going into making sure we hear a lot from like local contractors and builders, because I can imagine, as things start to grow, as we start to develop, and hopefully see some dividends from the industrial park and things like that. I've heard a lot from local builders and contractors that getting projects off the ground with very understandably very understandable fees and charges for things. I worry about the impact of increasing those rates. And so I'd love to hear from that community who's directly involved in that and get their thoughts. So I'd love to make sure that there's a concerted effort to make sure that they come out. And following those lines, and maybe even it ties into patios and things like that, it'd be helpful getting tables like this if we could see like sort of like a case study of like if there's a business under these conditions, or somebody who wants to build this thing, or build an accessory unit, what they might see, and that would help, I think, us make a decision, and it would help builders, the people doing that business in the community, and it might also be a useful economic development tool when trying to attract others. So I apologize for giving anybody more work, but that would be very helpful.
I think we're ready to call the question. Sorry, Margaret?
No, my apologies for interrupting, Mayor Kettner. I think it's important to note that at this time, having reviewed the fees and charges, the recommendation is to go to a public meeting, which is to provide feedback. But typically, it is sort of the final look at it. So if there are things that council feels are important to adjust, it would be a good time to do that now, because the final version going to the public is the one that's being considered. So instead of getting ourselves in a position where we're retroactively trying to follow the process, if there are items that council feels that could be adjusted, it would be important to have a motion at this time to consider those changes. I hope that makes sense procedurally. Thank you.
Someone want to move such a motion? I think it's a good idea if we want to see some action on this. But it's just a motion to ask staff to review the things that we have discussed today in this meeting.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, just to touch on Deputy Mayor's comments with regards to water and wastewater, and really like to see if we could review that to keep that increase as low as possible. We're hitting residents with 8% every single year over year. And I also like to know, does staff do any kind of analysis regarding affordability impacts of these increases, particularly with like water and wastewater? When we look on social media, and the things that people typically are having a hard time accepting is the amount that they pay for water and wastewater. So maybe just some comment on that. But if there is an opportunity for us to get those rates down, whatever that looks like, I would certainly make a motion to have that looked at. Thank you.
So that sounds like a separate motion. Water, in particular, look at water and wastewater rates increases. Okay, is there a seconder for that? Okay.
Through your worship, can I just comment on it first
Sure.
to give some understanding? So these rates were based on a review. So this is based on our 10-year financial plan that we are required to have through the ministry. So the rates go towards replacing our infrastructure, both at our treatment plants and under like all of our buried infrastructure, so all of the pipes. We are at a point where we have a lot of aging infrastructure. And so that's why we are where we are. I think a really good opportunity to maybe get an understanding and have a bit more of a review of that is right now we are working on our asset management plan and looking at our levels of service. And so the next step with that project is that we will be coming to council either at the end of this year or very early next year with a session where you will learn more about how we kind of develop those long-term financial plans for our assets as and not just water, wastewater, but for all of our assets, but definitely there will be a highlight on those. And you will have the opportunity to look at the levels of service we currently provide and see maybe where we can make some changes to those so that we can fund things differently, but understand that the level of service then changes with those changes. And again, that could be up or down depending on what asset we're looking at. So I think that may be a really good opportunity for council to get an opportunity, like to get a better understanding, first of all, of where we're at, but then also to kind of make some of those decisions instead of doing a separate process alongside that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Tori, thank you for that. And yes, I know you guys do all that analysis. My question was, how can we make sure that residents are able to continue to afford after all of these rates? I mean, this term of council is 4 years. If we're going up 8% every year, we're now asking residents 4 years later to pay 30+ more% for their water and wastewater. And if it's justified, fine. I'm just saying, there's a lot of people that are really struggling, and I know there are some support systems out there to help them, but that's us as, representing the voters. We need to make sure that we're fighting for them. And I know how many of them are struggling. Demand for food bank has never been higher. People are struggling to feed their families, and we got water and wastewater to tack it all on with the million other things that we have to deal with. So I just want to make sure that we're maintaining that lens, not to say that anybody isn't, but that's always top of mind when I'm talking to residents, and the big concerns is making ends meet, and bringing up 8% again every single year seems to be a lot for people to accept. So
I think
but thank you.
we're having the debate without it being on the floor here, so I'm going to just suggest this was seconded by Deputy Mayor Keaveney that we get it on the floor so that we can discuss it.
My apologies, Mayor Kretner. I think probably for this item, as the director mentioned, this is directed through a rate study that informs these rates. I think that it's difficult to make amendments in the way to adjust those outside of the rate study. And so I think with my understanding with the information coming in the new year, that will be examined as part of a bigger package. So I would caution council in individually adjusting those rates without having the bigger picture with a presentation, which I believe is early in the new year, that's coming to help with that. If you'd like to proceed, then that is a possibility. But I think in terms of the water rate specifically, that might be a challenge to advance those. But maybe I'm incorrect with that.
Okay, CAO Everett is next, and then Councillor Uri.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So council always has the ability to set rates, and not often would I say that it's in the best interest to veer away from an approved study, but the reality is council sets rates. So if council said today, turn that 8% wastewater to 5%, that would be a direction. And we would have to look at, well, what does that mean on the infrastructure perspective of replacement? I think there are two really good information pieces that staff could be bringing forward to the community that helps explain how water works, how wastewater works, and how rates are generated. One thing that I learned very quickly when I started here was, and I'll just use the water side as the best example. There is a way to lower the cost of water to every user in Meaford, and that is to get more development. More users will lower the rate. And if like that at the end of the day is the silver bullet for the water side. The wastewater side is the reality is we have aging infrastructure. We have a water treatment plant that will need an expansion, that the way water and wastewater fees are set up is only those who utilize those services pay for those services. So, but I think that story is a good thing to explain to the community. If that's how we have these dilemmas. I will say the other piece in both water and wastewater, especially on the infrastructure perspective, is put a real key focus on funding grant applications on the water and wastewater side, and try to get the province to pay as much as they possibly can. It takes a really tough story to be able to get funding, but there are municipalities that in the last couple of years have got 15, 20, $30 million in grants for the replacement of aging infrastructure. So making sure that we are putting all our effort into making those grant applications. But I will say that on the water side in particular, when we have people who, may not like development, it is on the flip side, we need more users. Like the amount of treated water that we actually use out of the Meaford plant, it is so, like, we have so much capacity on the water side. However, the dilemma is the more water we treat and the more water we put out in the system, on the flip side, we have to have a wastewater treatment plant that can handle that because it stays within the watershed, it stays within our system. So explaining to people, that's how we come up with these percentages. But I will also say trying to come up with a business plan that is rate stabilization. Because I hear council loud and clear. It's not acceptable just to keep on throwing 8% increases. We have to be creative of how we can get that sort of push down on that perspective, but also understanding that we do have a lot of aging infrastructure that's failing, that right now the majority of it's coming from the user fees. So long story short, Mr. Mayor, but if council does have that discretion of providing that direction to come in with a lower percentage, it's a staff's responsibility to come back to council and saying, if we do that, this is the fallout of maybe reducing that from 8 to 5%. So
So knowing this, then my question for you, Margaret, is when, like, are we going to have the second kick at the can? Are we going to get 3 strikes before we're out? Or are we, so I can direct council on how to proceed right now and move on with our agenda, which is we're quite behind?
So council does not have 3 strikes. Council has as long as it takes to get this to where they want it to be. Obviously, from a budgeting perspective, we would like to get this done as quickly as possible so the rates that we're using can inform that budget. The reality is none of these are so overwhelmingly that we can't continue. But if council wants more information, this is committee of the whole. If council wants more information brought forward to council, we can do that. If council wants to have this come forward to another committee of the whole, I would suggest if council want it, probably makes sense to do a special meeting of council where you can focus on this, where we can pivot quickly. What I'm hearing is there's not a lot, but what there is, you want to have time for some more fruitful discussion. So we're here at your indulgence. And by no means, you've heard me say this before. The municipal budget is council's budget. Council sets the budget and that's our direction. Council gives us the direction to execute that budget based on the dollars that you give us.
Councillor Greenfield had his hand up first and then Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Your Worship. Yeah, I was going to mention this is committee of the whole. This will be coming back and in 2 weeks, I assume. I'm wondering if in that interim, if whatever fees and charges here are objectionable or questionable to council members, if they would submit them, and hopefully that might help expedite the situation. But I sympathize with the folks who have to pay these water and wastewater rates. On the other hand, if I had to replace my septic system in my well, I'd be looking at $50,000 investment. Going back to our last investing in infrastructure committee meeting, Victoria told us somewhat about the Trowbridge Street reconstruction, and that involves water and wastewater piping, and it is frightening. The expenses are there, the costs are going to be there, and it's unfortunate, but we need to, at the end of the day, whenever that day might come, end up with cost recovery, and we have to charge accordingly. So right today, I would not be in favor of changing the charge,
CAO.
A couple things, Mr. Mayor. One, I was remiss in my past comment. It's not council's budget, it's the mayor's budget. So the clerk made it very clear. And then secondly, what I may just maybe recommend for council consideration, having a special meeting of council on this might be the best way of going about it. That way we give ourselves some time, and council's had the benefit of seeing these where, realistically we could make some changes on the fly with the benefit of that discussion. Thank you.
I'm certainly happy to do that. Councillor Yuri, and then.
Thank you, Mr.
Ray,
Mayor.
I think you
Yep.
were already on the list.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. And then
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to come back to the motion that's on the floor that Councillor Forder brought forward. And recognizing the CAO's comments in relation to that, I wanted to propose an amendment that we request a follow-up report from staff to help us understand the implications of taking the sewer increase from 8% to 5%. Just so we have that understanding and knowledge, and then we can have further discussion or make a decision at that point.
is there a seconder for that? Okay, so That's pretty clear. Can we just vote on that? All in favor? That's unanimous. So that will give some direction. And Councillor Urick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, I gonna agree with Councillor Greenfield, and I'm not happy about 8% either. But it seems to me we had the meeting with the water people that were here, and we took them to task then and said, why is this 8%? And we couldn't figure out a way to get it lower then. I'm not sure what we're gonna do now, and it's really, believe me, it really irritates me to no end. But we've already done that dance once. If you can come up with anything, that would be great. I love the idea of having a separate meeting because I've got a number of points that I would love to do, and we're gonna be here a long time if we're gonna go literally point by point. So I think we should have a separate meeting that we can talk about fees and charges.
And you had your hand up again, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I was just going to add that in my mind, if we are, postponing for we don't know how long the expansion of the sewage treatment plant, then maybe there's some room to, to bring these charges down a little bit. Any percentage would make a difference.
Are we ready to vote on the whole item here? Sorry. Oh, sorry.
Through your worship, we can have a look, but I obviously wasn't involved in the most recent financial plan as I was off, but I do know the previous financial plan didn't include the expansion costs and it was at 8%. So and we are identifying or had been identifying most of that being funded through debt in the short term. So I can look to see how we were funding those. But I don't think it will make a significant difference. It really has more to do with the age and condition of our buried infrastructure that are adding to the costs that we're seeing currently.
Yes, Margaret?
Thank you, Your Worship. My suggestion, and it sounds like we had a mover, was to direct staff to schedule a special meeting to consider the fees and charges. So I think at this time, a mover and a seconder and a discussion and vote on that might be the best path forward. Because right now the motion that was originally prepared does have this going to the public meeting, which is slightly different than a special meeting for council to consider this.
So you need a vote on that. Okay, and it's been seconded by Councillor Greenfield. All in favor? Are you? Well, I didn't quite hear everything that Margaret said.
What I requested was that we actually set up a special meeting so we can go over these
Yes.
line by line, basically, and not try and do it here.
And
So
I thought we voted on that.
no,
Okay,
Nope.
so you're clear on what we're voting for then?
Yep.
Everybody's clear on that? Okay, all in favor? And that's unanimous. Okay, thank you, thank you. So the recommendation just to accept this report, we haven't done that vote.
Thank you, Your Worship. We have a number of amendments to that. So if we're voting on the final motion, it would be with the changes proposed by the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Forder, as well as direction to
Yes.
staff to schedule the special meeting.
Okay. So everybody's clear on what so we're approving the report. In other words, we've dealt with the report and we know in what ways we have dealt with it. So all in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. And we can move on to our building report for the month of October. Is that something, Amy, that you might speak to, or?
Thank you, Your Worship. I have no comments to add for council today, but happy to answer any questions if you have them.
It is surprising that how dramatic the downturn is in building at the moment. And I don't know if that's a function. I think people are still as interested in building in Meaford as they've ever been. And I'm not sure whether we're talking about the repercussions of the economic uncertainty or whether we're talking about the fact that we are in the process of rebuilding our building department.
If I may, Your Worship. So we have recently, the county planning group have had a meeting with our land economist consultants from Hempson. And they did confirm that these conditions are occurring not only throughout the county, but throughout the province. So attributed to decreases in immigration nationally and also uncertain conditions economically for
Thank you for,
families.
yeah,
So,
thank you for that clarification. Councillor Forder?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, my question is just with regards to the 4 new dwellings and ARUs. Are any of those ARUs?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Forder, and through you, your worship. No, we are trying to specify when they are ARUs. Yes, so no.
Councillor Greenfield?
Thanks, your worship. Just briefly, we have had $31 million in construction value, which I think is quite acceptable. But I look at this, we're averaging 5 permits per day in October. And I think for a building department that has had a number of vacancies and new people on board, I think that's pretty good. If we can turn out 5 permits a day, if we can continue that and maybe better on that, then things are going to look brighter in the future.
Okay, we don't have to vote on this necessarily. Okay. We will probably have a report on county council from Deputy Mayor Keaveney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do. County Council met last on November the 13th and began with a delegation from Keystone Child, Youth and Family Services from their president, David Willis. Mr. Willis spoke about the services Keystone provides as the region's lead agency for child and youth mental health, including counseling and treatment, community support, groups and workshops, respite programs, and so on. Keystone serves more than 2,500 clients per year. Grey County supports Keystone through Grey County Early Years and Building Resiliency funding. The programs operate in a deficit every year. And council then received a delegation from SkyDev President Greg Jones. Mr. Jones spoke about SkyDev's projects in Grey County, mentioned Meaford, and around the province. SkyDev is building 712 purpose-built rental units in Owen Sound, and they requested a development charge exemption agreement for the entire development, and that exceeds the current terms of Grey County's development charges deferral policy. And so we agreed in the end to give them a deferral for the first phase of that project. Owen Sound has in their development charges a clause that provisions no charges on purpose-built rental units. So that means there will be no DCs for these 712 units, assuming that the county continues with the second and third phases. Council discussed a staff report on the SkyDev development known as Bayshore Street Developments. And I really just explained what we agreed to do with that. The province is asking municipalities to provide comments on Bill 60, Fighting Delays, Building Faster Act 2005. County staff outlined several proposed comments and council supported sending these comments to the province. One of the positive recommendations in the bill would allow upper tiers to engage in community improvement plans. This could financially assist lower tiers in our CIP efforts, so that is really good. In 2020, Grey County transferred land in Markdale beside Grey Gables to Bright Shores Health System as part of the new Markdale Hospital build project. Grey County staff are in the process of optioning back around 4 acres of unused land directly south of Grey Gables as per the land transfer agreement. Council approved a staff report recommending the creation of easements for Bright Shores, and as well, council approved a draft memorandum of understanding outlining the terms of a potential sale of a portion of the land to Grey Highlands, as they're going to be building a new OPP station. And this OPP station is supposed to be a hub for Grey County, so it's pretty important. Council supported recommended updates to the delegations of duties bylaw. This bylaw allows municipal councils to delegate some authority of powers to committees, staff, and others. The updates reflect adjustments from recent policy decisions, organizational structure changes, and administrative housekeeping. Council approved the continuation of the Grey Transit route between Dundalk and Orangeville and the Ghost Transit service for 2026. Both services will be funded through the Ontario Transit Investment Fund, and there's no further financial impact on the Grey County level beyond our previous commitments. Transit just seems to go, a few months at a time, and then there's uncertainty, and then we have a discussion about it, and hopefully we'll receive some funding going forward that we can keep this going. Council accepted the minutes of the October 29th Budget and Finance Committee. We discussed the minutes and the motions recommended by the committee. Council did not support the recommendation to remove funding for experimental acres from the 2026 budget and amended a motion about the Going Green and Grey Climate Action Plan to provide clarity in directing staff to prepare a report prior to the 2027 budget process that will highlight the impacts of the plan and progress on targets, as well as information about the impact of maintaining or discontinuing the actions within the plan. This was an important discussion. The county's looking at a 6.87% increase. We don't have our budget meetings until December, but that's where it's sitting at this point. And that's really high for the county. And there's just so little that we can pull from that budget. So this discussion on the Going Green and Grey Climate Action Plan is really important. The county has set goals for climate action, trying to be net zero by 2050, which is terrific. And they have 3 staff, and they're looking to hire another one within the budget to operate these programs. And we recognize that the county has been a leader, has been on the cutting edge, has been setting the example around the province with climate action change initiatives. And we're just not sure if we can continue to afford to do that. The Rural Ontario Municipal Association conference happens in mid-January and provides an opportunity for municipalities to delegate at the province about important issues. Council agreed to put forward 8 delegation requests, and we'll get an update when those responses are received back. Some of the requests include the Ministry of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade with an ask to continue and potentially increase funding to Georgian College for the training of skilled workers. The Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry with regards to upcoming changes to our conservation authorities, and the Ministry of Health to discuss collaborations with the Grey Bruce Ontario Health Team regarding doctor recruitment and funding for a family health team for Meaford and Thornbury. And happy to answer any questions, Your Worship.
Yes, any questions for Shirley? Okay, thank you. Certainly comprehensive report on the meeting. Investing in Infrastructure Advisory Committee, November 5th. Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship. I mentioned earlier that Victoria gave a very good report during the committee, and was discussion by the committee members, and that was to me the highlight of the meeting.
Good, okay. Any other boards or committees? Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Grace Harbor doesn't actually meet till next week, but we did have a Conservation Ontario emergency meeting based on Bill 68 and the consolidation of all the conservation authorities. Very important meeting, and not much came out of it other than more confusion and frustration. We know the province wants to merge it under the auspice of effectiveness, governance, and finances, and to standardize and centralize application. Having said that, there's a lot of concern. They're talking about going from 36 to 7. To give you an idea of the impact, our area with the merging 6, we would go from Barrie to Wyerton to Richmond Hill to Exeter. We would go right now, Grace Harbor Conservation Area covers 8 municipalities. It will include 18 when that comes to fruition, if it comes to fruition. And that includes Thunder Bay as well. For some reason, they lump Thunder Bay in with that. So there's a lot of concern about what's that going to look like from a budget perspective. We talked, Harley, you said it was going to be a 3.5% proposed increase. But what's going to happen when 80 municipalities are covering 100 times the area? It's going to be really, there's a lot of unknowns and nobody's got any answers. Was supposed to be technically a government hosting session tomorrow, but we have not heard a confirmation of that yet. So we're waiting to hear whether that's going to happen. We'll keep you posted as we hear. It's business as usual till then, but CAs will continue to provide their regular programs and services. Regional CAs are going to remain independent, but this is all going to come to fruition around next March. So what they're hoping is that it's playing poker. They said they're going to take it 36-7. They went with the ultimate number. They figure it might land 36-18 was if there's pushback, we don't know. And CAO Everett, I presume you've already received, CAO Lantier from the GSCA wants to go to each municipality to make a presentation so that we can get a fulsome kind of account of the impact of this, what Conservation Ontario and all the individual CAs are trying to do to push back. The one thing they are asking, and it'll probably come after he makes his presentation, is a degree of municipal support. This is going to have a direct impact on all the municipalities. So I think all the CAs are hoping that all the within municipalities are going to be able to put back some kind of letter of support to the province with letters of concern about what these changes are going to entail and how much of an impact it's going to be financially, organizationally, et cetera, et cetera. So stay tuned for that.
Speaking of the Conservation Authority, I noticed on the way to this afternoon's meeting that work has commenced on taking down the barn at opposite beautiful Joe Park.
Yes, actually, I had a very exciting meeting this morning with Robert Bircher. So and again, so this is all very impactful because we've talked about Trout Hollow a number of times and the impact that has. He just did an interview earlier this year. He was contacted by a film company in Paris, not Ontario, France. They came over and they interviewed him. And they're going to be showing that film. It's about John Muir and about Trout Hollow and our area. That's going to be shown to about 5 million people in Europe, pushing our area. That's also going to be shown to 4 million people in the US once to that service area, once that kind of gets done. So we want to figure out what to do. Once again, I know we're having issues with Trout Hollow, constant closure, what can we do? But there is now going to be a focus on this as well, which could drive a lot of people here. And we need to look at what that's going to mean to us from an ECDEV perspective, from a signage perspective. But that's just a very high overview, but a good conversation we had. And I'm hoping to get CAO Everett, CAO Lantier, and Robert and myself together so that we can have a conversation about this and what could sort of be done to kind of move forward on this and figure out a way to try to utilize all of our forces together to make sure that we kind of keep this a real functional entity for us.
So I need a motion to move out of committee of the whole at 4:30 this afternoon. For a seconder, Councillor Greenfield and Councillor Forder, all in favor? And we will move on here. Oh, sorry.
My apologies. Just a procedural element that it is 4:30, which is 3.5 hours past the start of the meeting, and usually we would ask for a 2/3.
I was hoping that we would actually get to our closed session this afternoon before we adjourned or took a break. But if you want to break now, we probably should do that then.
Two separate issues. Thank you. The motion to extend would just be to continue the meeting. So we would need a procedural motion to extend, and that's just simply a mover and a seconder with the agreeance to extend the meeting. And then if we could have a short recess, I would suggest that our municipal solicitor is coming shortly. So we may want to just discuss rearranging the agenda based on timing. If your thought is to take a short recess, we could have that discussion at that time.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we've got a mover. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Forder, all in favor? Okay, so we'll barrel on is what you're saying.
Thank you. No, my suggestion is that now we can barrel on, but if the wish of council is to take a short recess, by all means, please, that would be probably welcomed by everybody.
So so you want to recess? Okay. We will resume at 4:30, 4:45. Back, everyone. And we were just going to move into committee of the whole, or move out of committee of the whole, but with the council's consent, we are going to move our schedule ahead and go into a closed session. But we will come back from the closed session with the rest of our agenda. And so I'll just read the recommendation with respect to or the motion with respect to going into closed session. Be it resolved that Council of the Municipality of Meaford does now go into a closed session at 4:45 PM to discuss one, labor relations or employee negotiations, litigation or potential litigation involving matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, open meeting exemption of E of Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, specifically a matter before the Ontario Land Tribunal with the municipal solicitor, chief administrative officer, clerk, director of development services, and manager of planning. And two, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, open meeting exemption B of Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, specifically vacation time accruals with the Chief Administrative Officer, Clerk, and Manager of Human Resources. And we need a motion to do this. Councillor Forder and Councillor Ennis, thank you. All in favor? And that is carried. We'll be reporting out following our closed session. Just reporting out from our closed meeting this afternoon. Council dealt with labor relations or employee negotiations, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board under open meeting exemption E of section 23(9)(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, specifically a matter before the Ontario Land Tribunal. Present were the municipal solicitor, the chief administrative officer, clerk, director of development services, and manager of planning. And we gave our solicitor direction. Secondly, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, under open meeting exemption B of section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001. Specifically, vacation time accruals with the chief administrative officer, the clerk, and the manager of human resources attending, and we gave staff direction. Now we're going to entertain a motion to go into committee of the whole as we resume our council meeting. Sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. We are actually under 11. We did come out of committee of the whole just before we took a break.
Okay.
Hours ago. And so now we're at councillor motions, so notices in motion.
I need a motion to move out of committee of the whole. No? So wait till I get my bearings here again. Yes. So we did, I guess we did formally adjourn committee of the whole at 4:31. So councillor motions, are there any notices of motion? Motions for decision. Councillor Gehrig, you have a motion here.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a motion to request speed reduction on concession 8 South, and the recommendation reads, whereas the 2021 Transportation Master Plan 2021 recommends that rural local roads may be posted as low as 40 kilometers per hour where conditions warrant. And whereas the section of concession 8 South with its blind hills, hidden driveways, and multiple residential entrances presents driving conditions that align with these warranting a reduced speed limit. And whereas residents have expressed ongoing safety concerns related to limited sight lines and increased local traffic along this stretch of roadway, therefore be it resolved that the municipality of Meaford Council requests that staff review the posted speed limit on concession 8 South in accordance with the Transportation Master Plan 2021. And be it further resolved that staff consult with the County of Grey and the Ontario Provincial Police regarding implementation and enforcement of the revised speed limit. And be it further resolved that the findings and recommendations be brought back to council before the end of 2025.
We have a seconder for that motion, Councillor Bell. I thought that we had established that the county has no jurisdiction over this road, so I think that we could likely take out. There's no sense staff going to the county, and I believe it's my understanding that the OPP have already actually have we had a final report from them or?
Through Mr. Mayor, no final report. However, we do have the documentation through email of what their suggestions would be. So we'll use that information as well as reaching out to OPP if there's any additional information that we need.
Okay. So any discussion of this, Councillor Ennis?
Thank you. Just a question for my own knowledge. How long would it take? Like, so if we kind of get through the process, we receive the report and we've agreed to change the speed limit, how long would that take to implement?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would suggest going through that process, including the bylaw to change the speed limit. I'm going to say it's probably 3 months.
3 months?
Yeah, just to be able to go through the staff report and go through the bylaw change to get it posted. Because I will say that my direction to staff as well will be when we bring this report forward, we're not just going to look at this road. Because my concern is there are going to be a number of other roads that are within the municipality that if we start looking at the warrants for this road, I would say that we should be also looking what other warrants that are tied to other portions of the rural section that may then have a speed limit reduction. I will say that most likely when we look at this, the geometrics will say it's probably an 80. So those other warrants, as far as laneways and whether or not laneways were put in locations that they were supposed to be put, the actual number of access points, just so that way, you know, from a liability perspective, we've done our due diligence.
So essentially, if we do that, take that approach, and we decide on, say, 8 locations in the municipality of Meaford, that will probably be about a year before we make a change, before we would get the signs up and.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know where you're coming up with that time frame because it would still be the 3 months.
Councillor Yurg.
Thank you. And I appreciate that that's probably a good logical thing to look at long term. Specifically, this motion specifically only requests concession 8 south.
Correct. I will say that when you make changes like this, from a best practice perspective, we would want to look at the other locations in the municipality that had the same sort of setups and same warrants, just to make sure that we are not changing the speed in one location where an issue may arise in another location that we haven't done the same thing.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, it may be opening a much bigger box than what we think, but and I don't know if we have can have any control over this, but in the last email from this resident, he identified one particular trucking company. Can we go to them, or is that beyond our jurisdiction, or can you help me with that? As I say, I only have the one name. I've only seen.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Greenfield, great question. We can go to that company. The other thing I've seen is, you know, we can build a strategy that creates run routes that are using roads that are maybe better suited. Or I've actually seen where municipalities have actually had sections of road rebuilt to be able to handle heavier traffic, where it's a cost sharing measure. If in case that the heavy traffic is a run route that, you know, you can identify is damaging the road or creating other issues. So there are options there to be able to take a look at specific run routes. The other thing, you know, council always has the ability, and to the mayor's point of frustration, council always has the ability to, you know, provide direction to change it and bring a bylaw forward. That's at your discretion. And, you know, at the end of the day, I think it would be still staff going back and looking at, okay, so what about these other roads?
I don't think there's any doubt that there's a whole movement. At county council, we've had more delegations on speed limits on county roads than any other form of delegation. And I find a lot of resistance from staff there as well, but I think it's a losing battle. And in my case here, I think that I think that we need to act and on a timely basis when people have raised the concerns that they have here. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is an interesting discussion. I mean, we've heard on a regular basis from the resident who is expressing concern about speeding on Concession 8 South, and yet I've also heard from a resident who lived on that road for about 15 years and indicated that they didn't think there was an issue out there. But I do agree if we go forward and make a change here, we're going to see residents coming on a regular basis requesting speed reductions on their road because speeding is a problem, not just in Meaford, but everywhere. And if we start doing that and you've got, you know, one road at 60 and another road at 80, and people are going to be confused and they're not necessarily going to follow the signs that are posted. So I look forward to the staff report and their recommendations of how we can deal not just with this, but with, you know, speeding as a general concern overall in the rural area in particular, because that's what we're talking about here.
Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we had a couple of years ago, people from 6 Concession North who didn't like trucks going down their road, the dust that they were making, saying that the road wasn't designed to handle, talking about the safety issues that they had out there because there was something that was going on. So the something that was going on has ended. And Concession 6 North is the same as it was 2 years ago today. So it breaks down, in my mind, to some people who really, really, really and earnestly feel that this is a superior problem. And to have this particular one get a reduction of whatever the number is that's pleasing. Just recently, traveling on the highway system, I went through places which were hamlets and they only dropped it to 70. Well, when you were driving, so you see the 70, an OPP officer could tag you if you're doing 90 because you were used to doing 10 over on the 80 and now you're 20 over in a, is that what we're trying to achieve? And even out where a business is out where I live, I get farmers who come to me and say, what are we going to do about the traffic that's coming from somewhere else coming over the hill? And I'm trying to move my cattle. So it is a problem within the rural community. And it also breaks down to the drivers, what they're doing and the patrol of the OPP. So, you know, on what Councillor Jurg is asking to be done just on this road, just look at this road because I think the findings that we'll have on this will be applicable to other places. And if it does open the floodgates to people coming, well, you know, on the 5th concession, it's really bad too, then we'll have to look at that big policy. Because somebody down on the 3rd line, they'll have a problem too. So we could open up extra costings. We could just the whole road maintenance, everything goes up. So I can support this to direct staff just to do what Councillor Jurg's intentions. Just look at this and have a look at this one by itself.
Anyone else wish to speak on this? That's my desire. I feel that people have, I think, in good faith, come forward to say they observe what they consider to be a dangerous situation in that locality, and we have not. It was my understanding that if we looked at it and felt that we should change it, we would and could do that quite expeditiously. But so I would prefer that we look at this particular situation on a, you know, on a priority basis. And I think let's get a bylaw in place and be prepared for other places that will I think, for example, it's my understanding that a 50 limit has been suggested in this particular location. There may be other locations where it should be 40, or there might be other locations where it should be 60. But people can read, and I think that at the end of the day, getting a stronger degree of control over, like setting some limits that people know there's increased risk at speeding in these locations would be beneficial. CAO Everett?
Because I'm just thinking of time here. My suggestion, Mr. Mayor, is if we look at this as maybe a pilot, I don't want to do a report for the sake of doing a report when if council's going to put this into a 50, let's just do it. Because I know from an engineering perspective, we're going to look at the road and the road is going to say it warrants an 80. But that being said, if council wants a 50 and we look at it, I guess my only other piece to this is there then a expectation of a higher level of policing? Because I can say it's 100 or I can say it's 20, unless we're getting higher level of enforcement and patrol, which I'm happy to ask for. But that's the only way, because quite frankly, having a radar gun with a number sent in by email doesn't do anything. And a speed sign doesn't do anything unless you have the enforcement to then be able to track and lay charges.
Well, I think I'm going to call the vote on this and, sorry.
Just before you do, if I can just get an expectation, because I know if we put it to a 50, the residents are going to say, well, the sign didn't change the speed, and I don't suspect the sign will change the speed. Speeding tickets will change the speed in a real quick hurry, but that would require asking the OPP to do some targeted patrols.
And we do that all the time. I mean, I think there's no reason why we can't. If we change the speed limit through this section and ask the OPP to see if they think this is working and to put more effort into it if it isn't, that's something we do, routinely. But whenever we hear of this kind of problem, we ask the OPP to look into it and so forth. But as I say, this is part of a general trend throughout. People are putting a little higher price on human life these days, I think. And I think it's important that we're responsive when people are very concerned about safety and whether their road is as safe as it was or needs to be. Councillor Urick?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The last point I would make, Tony, you made a point that, yeah, when you're used, it says 80, you do 90. You're not going to stop all speeders. I grant you that. That will never happen on any road. However, psychologically, if you are slowing people down, if it says 50 and all of a sudden they're doing 65, you've already made an inroad over the people doing 90. Yes, there will always be speeders, but there are also a number of responsible drivers who will slow down and probably still do more than the speed limit, but they will slow down. That is natural tendencies of drivers. I mean, they do reports on this where drivers will drive X amount over the speed limit. And as long as we leave it at 80, that means 90 to 95 is okay. Whereas if you drop it to 50, is 65 okay? Well, we at least reduce somewhat. So that's kind of the desire here, is to try and curb some behavior.
Yeah.
And hopefully that will do that.
Yeah, I'm not trying to create, work for staff. It's not the idea. I just, I thought we were pretty close to a solution or knowing what we want there. And I think let's try and make this a pilot project then and see if we can get this working and see what, we'll learn from this and maybe it'll save us a lot of trouble as we try to, deal with other locations where, residents raise similar concerns. So I'm going to call the vote. All in favor of the motion? And it is carried unanimously, Margaret. Thank you. And we have another motion or resolution coming from Councillor Greenfield.
Yes, I will move the notice of motion, your worship.
Yeah, sorry?
I'll
You're
move the
prepared to move,
motion,
yes.
but we'll need a seconder, will we not, for discussion?
Well, I think,
Okay, all right.
don't we usually get a seconder
Yeah,
after we've heard it?
Okay, sorry.
So
Uh,
please lean into your microphone too.
Okay. Whereas municipal elections in the province of Ontario allow for the inclusion of questions on the ballot, and whereas a municipal election has been called in October in Ontario for October 26, 2026, and whereas inclusion of a question on the 2026 ballot would provide voters with an opportunity to express their opinion on a specific issue, and whereas such a question may also contribute to increased voter participation exceeding the 33% voter turnout recorded in 2022, and whereas any question to be included on the municipal election ballot must be authorized by bylaw no later than March 1, 2026, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Meaford hereby directs staff to prepare and present a report outlining the process and requirements for the inclusion of a question on the 2026 municipal election ballot.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Seconded by Councillor Ennis. Discussion? Deputy Mayor? Oh, sorry. Oh, did you? I didn't see it. I beg your pardon. So you have seconded the motion. Or you-
Councillor
okay.
Ernest, I just have a question, if that's okay.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, and thank you, Deputy Mayor, for having my back on that. So I just have a question with regards to clarity, because I know with a lot of residents that have seen this on the agenda have interpreted it in many different ways. So if I could just ask CAO for comment on this, that any potential question must be strictly within municipal jurisdiction, and we cannot legally ask residents to vote on matters that are under federal or provincial control. Is that correct?
Thank you. If I'm able to answer this through Mayor Kettner to Councillor Forder, I just pulled up some of the parameters. So there are only two types of questions: a question not otherwise authorized by law but within council's jurisdiction, and a question the wording of which is established by provincial legislation or regulation. So they're very, very prescribed elements to the nature of the question. And then there are also, it goes on to outline some qualifications and requirements.
So can we have an interpretation of that? Oh, well, I guess we don't know what this question is about. We haven't established that. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, we don't know the question, and that's up to Councillor Greenfield if he wishes to reveal it. But I think my spidey senses tell me it must have something to do with TC Energy and the Ontario Pump Storage Project. And further to Councillor Forder's comments, my understanding is also that a question shall not concern a matter which has been prescribed by a provincial ministry as a matter of provincial interest, which we would assume OPS is, considering the relatively recent, very large investment by the province in this particular matter. So I realize that Councillor Greenfield has been very clever with his language here in keeping this very neutral without revealing the subject matter of the question. But I think, again, we can all read into it and recognize what the desire is here. So for that reason, it seems to me that whether it's a matter of jurisdiction or provincial interest, that a question related to TCE probably wouldn't qualify. But anyway, I would turn that over to Margaret for her expertise in that area.
Thank you, through Mayor Kentner to the Deputy Mayor. I would say at this time, the motion really is directing staff to prepare and present a report about the idea of a question on the ballot. So should this pass, I will go through the legislation to offer council what is permissible and what is not. And at that time, I believe the best outcome would be for council to consider next steps. So without the subject in this motion, certainly it is just a report that would outline the process and what's involved. So there is a bylaw, there's some public input, there's an appeal process and that type of content in that report. As per more specifically the subject matter, this doesn't cover that. So I would wait until having the next discussion, should we go in that direction about the parameters of a question on the ballot, similar to the initial questions about what is allowed, what isn't allowed, and have a good conversation about that before proceeding in any other direction. It is possible that we would need some legal advice on how we best navigate this, should council decide that this is an element that they wish to further pursue.
Councillor Greenfield.
Motion, if I may speak on this motion. First of all, I'm somewhat disappointed that some people have jumped to a conclusion as to what this notice of motion may be leading to. I can assure you all that I have no ideas about any particular motion coming forward. We have not had a question on the ballot or a referendum in our area since the mid-1970s, when the town of Meaford Council asked the question, do you wish to have alcohol served with a meal in downtown restaurants? Now that's 50 years ago. I would assume the legislation concerning questions on a ballot has likely changed somewhat in those 50 years. The city of Cambridge, several years after they amalgamated Preston, Galt, and Hespeler, decided to put a question on the ballot about preference for award system, which seemed rather strange because it was, I think, about 20 years after they had amalgamated. I suppose we could ask that same question now if we want to go to award system, and I don't think we're going to do that. It could be a question about joining the Meaford Public Library with the Owen Sound North Grey Union Public Library. They both serve all of our residents. It could be something like, should every dog in the municipality be registered and licensed, and the owners charge a $10 fee? So I don't have any presumptions. I will read to you, if I may, a short message I received from our Integrity Commissioner, Councillor Greenfield. We would agree that on the face of motion 11.2B on the agenda for council on Monday, November 17th, 2025, there is nothing more than the contemplation of direction to staff to report on the mechanics of placing a question on the ballot for the 2026 municipal elections. I think that sums it up. Thank you.
So there are a number of things that, like I think some of us are prepared to argue either for or against, I guess, but we need to know what the question was, and you're not prepared to reveal it. So that's where things stand. So unless anybody else has comment, I call the vote. Anyone have a comment on this or more? So all in favor of the resolution? And those against? So it's a tie vote. Am I right? No, sorry, did I? Sorry,
It was a vote of 4-3, so the motion does pass.
okay. What was that? Sorry. Okay, well, congratulations, Counselor. Moving on, we've got the adoption of the council minutes of 2 meetings. The recommendation be it resolved that Council of the Municipality of Meaford hereby adopt the minutes of the council meetings held on October 28th, 2025 and November 3rd, 2025, and the closed meetings held on October 28th, 2025 and November 3rd, 2025. Communications agenda. Sorry, I need to vote on that. It's getting to be a long day, but sorry for that. It's moved by Councillor Forder, seconded by Deputy Mayor. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you unanimously. Anything on the communications agenda? Anyone want to raise anything there? And we've had the closed session, so we just have left a confirming bylaw. The recommendation is be it resolved that bylaw 2025-70, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the meeting of the Council of the Corporation of the Municipality of Meaford, be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. Mover? Councillor Greenfield, seconder. Councillor Forder. All in favor? Carried. And with that, I'm going to declare this meeting adjourned.